Hello, night bright lights, and welcome back to Sashiko Potions. I am Robin Sashiko, the cotton candy witch, who's here to make your night a little more frightening. How's everybody doing today? Good afternoon. Didn't mean to do that. Hi, everybody. How are you all doing? Happy Friday. I've been a little busy today. I had to get up early to help my mom get stuff out of the storage and into her new place. And we got some lunch, and it was a bit of a long day. I just got done playing some rematch with my buddies. It's fun! But we're gonna play some Deltarune Chapter 3, because last weekend we did the Snowgrave route. And I don't know, violence is funny for October. Horror and violence. And we're continuing that with Chapter 3. I don't believe anything really happens in Chapter 3 that's different when you murder, besides a couple dialogue options. But I thought we'd play anyway, hang out with Draco and her friends, and just kind of have a fun time. So just feel free to hang out for a little while. Oh, Licky, come here, man. Come here. Meow. Lickies. Girls love the lickies. They love that tongue. Tongue bath.
Oh, there's our reactives.
There. Yeah, don't you worry. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out today. Play a little bit of Deltarune Chapter 3 and do our funny voices.
I should definitely get some water.
Yeah, get you oiter. I have some water here too. I also have a little bit of alcohol. Like a
I don't drink, so
fruit punch vodka mix. I don't either. It's just an option.
I drink a lot of those electrolyte drinks because I get dehydrated easy. I also like soda sometimes.
I usually just drink water.
Water's good.
Thinking you oiter.
I broke my last cup that I carry everywhere. The lid just busted everywhere.
Aw.
I'm like, shit. Either I can find a new lid, which I got it at the dollar store. So of course it's gonna break easy.
Yeah.
But I already have a bottle, and I like using a straw, so I'm like, I'm just gonna get a bendy straw and just leave it in the bottle.
Unbend your straw.
And just shove it in.
How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing good.
Doing okay-ish.
Get your little
I got out of a bit of a migraine earlier, but I dealt with it.
I considered having a nap when I got home, but I was like, nah, I want to see my friends. They're heckin' awesome and cute, and I like them.
I did a lot of maintenance on my car today, because I don't usually do that. But I'm glad I got it over with.
Yeah. How about my fright lights in chat? I posted a thing on Blue Sky. Do you guys think I have more witch energy or alchemist energy?
I'm seeing witch.
Well, right now, people seem very divided because you can kind of do similar things with different titles, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't think. When I think of a witch, I think of when I think of an alchemist, I think of a neurotic, hyperactive.
Hyperactive? What's that? Are alchemists hyperactive?
That's what I think of. I mean, maybe I've just played with too many
think a
Pathfinder
witch-
alchemists that are just fucking gremlins, but
I view a witch as at least more magic user type, while an alchemist is more magical tools and potions. I mean, I guess a witch can also do potions, but I think an alchemist is usually more magical tools than magic.
Yeah, I definitely use more tools than I do hands-on magic myself. I just kind of liked the idea of something I thought of today of a cotton candy witch. That sounds like it could be me.
Okay, that's cute.
It is cute. I'm a little cotton candy cat girl. I just think it rolls off their tongue kind of nicely. That's all.
I'm a vampire now.
You're a glampire.
Yeah.
Me when I'm biting you. See if we can do this. Pretty sure it was this bottom one. Got through there pretty quick. Alchemist is ye old chemist. Yeah. Oh, the snoozer.
Eepy.
How
Oh,
I
EP.
imagine how I
first-
imagine Droop sleeping.
The first thing we see after 4 years is
Little bit correct.
Susie's sleepy head.
Huh? Chris?
Where the
What?
fuck are we?
What? What? Hey.
Chris? Chris? Hey, wake up!
She's just poking me with your.
Wake up, Chris!
Get your foot out of my
Get the
face.
fuck up.
Kicks? We're in the fucking dark world!
What if those were fucking cleats or like spiked boots? What would you do then?
Susie
Pain.
would just like absolutely kick Chris off the couch.
Blah.
Uh,
Man, I've been really wanting to see chapter 3 again.
the
How
chapter
did
3
this
and 4,
happen?
Susie and Chris just being fucking goobers
Well,
together
who
is my
cares?
favorite.
This means another adventure, right?
Yay! I don't know what's been going on with my tracking recently. I feel like the connection to my room is just getting shittier
No.
because it like
I think my
lags?
connection's kind of been like that with Discord, at least.
yeah, it keeps like kind of connecting, not connecting. It's like crunchy. I don't know.
Yeah, could you bring me one too?
It's annoying.
Yes.
She just really wants adventure. She wants it so bad.
Dude, you can run right.
What? I was gonna walk in circles. That's all I did was walk in circles. We're sleeping. Miss a lot of important things. Did I? I don't remember if I did this. Going back to bed. For some reason, we decided to go back to sleep.
You're gonna sleep through the dark world? Alright, well, I'm out.
Good night.
How is this gonna?
What?
There he
what,
is.
What happened? Wait. Still, I haven't tried that before.
Are you Am I gonna do this or are you gonna do this?
I guess you can do it first.
Hey Chris, what'd you do? Ride the couch all the way here? Great timing! The game's about to start.
I didn't. I was just curious, man. I don't know. Yay! What? Wait. Wait, did we do?
TV time.
Oh, I didn't realize
Welcome
it.
to the world of
What?
TV time. Don't get
What?
blown away, kids. Now begin our state of the
Wait,
art
wait,
adventure.
wait. I don't want to do this. I didn't think I'd skip this far. I thought it was just being silly.
Yeah, you slept through the whole fucking thing.
What the fuck?
Damn.
Oh man, I don't want to do that. As funny as that is, I do like the dialogue, so I'm gonna restart the game real quick. I didn't know it did that. Oh no!
What do you think it meant when it said sleep through the entire dark world?
Wow. It just this is what they say when they need a skip button for Genshin Impact. Man. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's
You don't
fine.
have to apologize.
I know. Shut up, Snoozy. We got places to be.
Shut up, Snoozy.
Shut up, Snoozer. You're snoozing. That's crazy. Well, at least I got another foot in my face. That's not too bad. For free.
For free. My
For free?
first thought when I saw this again was for free.
For free? Keeping my eye on you. Bless you. A still wind. Power of not sneezing. Yeah.
The power of not being a snoozer.
I ain't no snoozer. Who do you think I am?
Snoozy?
I barely know her.
Snoozer, I barely know her.
Probably this. Well, it's a funny couch thing. Just. Yeah. A couch for walking. Hmm. You never know. You never
This
know.
couch is made for walking.
Phew. Man, it's also dusty. I like the little wigglers. They're my favorite.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll say.
Wait
Maybe
for
not.
me.
He just comes from the darkness. He has
You make
perfect.
him such a nerd emoji.
You do.
It's honestly perfect.
I usually give him the soft British boy voice.
I
I like
usually
the
kind of
British
just
one.
like make him a higher version of my voice.
I found a dark presence. Yeah. Oh, yes. Hi, Dragon Jay. Hi. I've received a world. I went over to Chris's and almost baked an entire pie. It wasn't awful. It was alright. We'll just like paraphrase a little bit. Yep. Do you wanna... Yay! We do our gay little pose. For our gay little squad. Poof! We formed Ralsei out of some of those dust bunny piles. We just made our own at home. You too can make your own Ralsei at home. We should get Susie to stop thinking. I think that's really dangerous for the environment.
No more brain cells.
There's so much smoke coming out.
I fucking love the little boop boop boops.
Me too!
Sadly, I can't hear him very well with the because your sound's pretty low.
Are you not watching it through
I'm watching it
Discord?
through Discord. It's just very low. Maybe I can turn it up. Hold on.
Yeah, you might want to
Yeah.
check your own Discord audio.
Can't be me.
Stream volume 158%. Let's just
Yay.
put that at 200%.
Free points. These red platforms and dust things are all on the couch,
Free real
right?
estate.
Yeah, it's just a dusty old house. You think they like me?
What, the little dust buddies?
Yeah.
I hope so.
I think they do.
I never did the dinosaur minigame, so that might be fun to do today if we can get there.
That would be great.
Really? You never did it?
No, I never found it.
That's crazy.
Hey! No soliciting! No free pictures! No flash photography. Sorry,
Oh,
Susie.
the stream's lagged for me. It's frozen.
Running fine for me.
Is your internet stinky?
My peer.
No, my internet is very good.
Oh.
And resolution a teensy bit. That was a
Well,
shout out.
the
I knew that. That's why I
Discord's-
mentioned it.
Discord as a whole is frozen for me. That's great.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I mean, I can hear you. I'm here, but like, now I can't watch.
Oh.
Got Discord.
Guess I'll just vibe. Like a plate.
Yeah, it was dumb anyway. I mean, femboys are overrated anyway.
Stupid. Let's go beat up Birdley.
Yeah.
Let's go take his fucking lunch money.
I thought you were gonna say let's go take his fucking life.
Let's go take Birdley's life. Look, it's free.
They already did.
Oh yeah, we did do that. He's fucking dead, right?
Oh god, I'm back.
Yes.
I wonder what actually happens to him in the next chapter.
Hello. I'm back.
Hell.
I'm sorry, Susie. I just want to jork my penor.
My peanuts.
My peanuts.
The peanuts.
I saw the peanuts TikTok and I thought I should give it a try.
I'm straight up jorking it, Susie.
You can't see it underneath my skirts, but it's down there. Do you think he's like, I forget what that anime is. It's like
That's
femboy,
what
but
he was doing
he's
all
really
during the
hung.
first chapter.
That anime,
What?
that anime that's femboy, but he's really hung.
Yeah.
Very bad.
Interspecies
Okay, are you
interviewers.
sure? Okay. I was
Oh,
like,
I've
are
been
you
meaning
sure
to
this
watch
is an
that.
anime you're talking about?
I'm going to be honest. You said Beyblade, but he's hung.
Beyblade.
Beyblade.
Let it rip.
The newest Beyblade has been fun to watch because the main character is boy failure and has... I'm like 20 plus episodes in and he still hasn't won a single match.
What the fuck?
Yeah. The other two team members are really good.
That's hilarious.
And I am so much more invested just because of how much boy failure he is.
You want to see him succeed. Also, this shit is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
I love the
Darker
lore
than
in
dark.
this.
This is the most bit of lore in this chapter.
Yeah.
The other side of darkness.
I'm nothing, Susie.
This is the
Forget about it.
This is the only time we see this little creature with the eyes.
Actually, no, it's not.
Well, we see him like kind of peeking every once in a while.
Ah.
Yeah.
A lot has changed since I left. Oh my god, I wasn't gone that long.
You died.
No, I had to go potty.
It was all fake. Then what does that make you, Rouse? I bet you Rouse's just like a dust bunny in the back of my pocket.
Yeah, just a little cotton ball.
A little cotton ball.
So cute.
I like the idea that Ralsei is
The headband.
no,
Or the
actually,
knife.
I like the idea he's the knife.
But he's-
Headband one.
Is Rouse really that sharp though?
No, because the knife doesn't work. Because doesn't he have the knife in the Dark World or something?
It's a well taken care of knife.
I love the Chris is neurodivergent and this is like his stim knife.
His stim knife.
Still, there.
These fuckers are all neurodivergent, okay?
Oh my god, yes, I love the art I've been seeing of them on Tumblr.
Mm-hmm.
Poor boy feels like a little object.
Oh.
Look, Susie, I'm smiling. It's up to you guys if you need to stop me and like you want to voice this, like let me know.
Okay.
Okay. My throat's kind of weird, so I wasn't too much.
We should just take a selfie and bring it back to the light world.
Oh, that'd be interesting to see what that does.
Yay!
Wow. Wow, what an amazing performance! The audience has been
God.
brought to tears, folks.
The squisher.
Who the
I love
fuck are you?
Ross being angry. I was
It's just
hoping
like,
you'd
oh.
ask. Mike, play the VHS.
Yeah!
What do you
Mike,
think
hit
of my
that
voice?
shit. I like it.
It's good. I do kind of want to do it though.
You do it then.
Yay!
Yeah.
You can see more of my voice on Shroob's channel.
That's true.
Yes.
What would happen if he was a little Glooby? That's a Pipis! Leave that alone! Gah! I like that you can like hear him struggling to hold that for too long. What lovely contestants we've got today, folks! Oh,
Contestants?
yes! You three are stars of today's show! Yay! Mr. Tinner's Marvelous Mystery Board! TV time! Yay! Petchy, petchy, petchy! What the hell are you talking about? What am I doing? You should be wondering what you're doing! You're about to play the greatest game of your life! Answer crazy questions, pass physical challenges, and you'll all win some TV-tastic prizes! Flow cowboy print, a brand new family car, Big Bros Talk Bracer, chocolate shoe gumball, a genuine Ross plush! And that's not all! Hey, Dr. Tenderville, what's today's prescription? Why, it looks like a prescription for one grand prize!
Is anyone else disappointed that he's not in, like, just wearing, like, a lab coat and, like, the ring thing on his head, like, for doctor look for that instead of the tuxedo?
I feel like you mentioned that last time we played.
I think I do every time.
Deja
What
vu.
you're talking about.
In case you're not patented mystery ball, this Dark World's one and greatest treasure! But you wanna know what's inside, don't ya, folks? Well, fuck you! Great news, canoes and cadets! Everything you can be yours!
I love canoes.
Just change the coat to white, done. Yeah. All I have to do is win! Beep beep. Well, I've never seen the funnel-meter like this, folks! I don't touch that dial, because tonight, we are gonna have one heck of a...
Bleh.
It's weird.
Oh, well, this is a game show. You guys are the contestants, right?
Let me be a little clearer. We aren't being on your stupid fucking show.
Your goddamn
Wha-
stupid motherfucking
What?
show.
Why not? I'm the one who has a gun pointed to your head.
I'm not the
What
one
made you
who's gonna
think
get a
you
bullet
had
in
an
the skull.
option?
Oh, well, that's just hunky-doody, you know? You do you. Meanwhile, I guess it'll just be me and the logo. Ah. Kill You killed him!
Oh, Susie.
That's true, they would censor Susie. What?
What happened? She'd say every
Susie,
fucking bad word on TV.
I know I can't go to the festival with you, but if I can, I still want to have fun with you and Chris. Maybe we could just try playing this game? If we can't watch TV, maybe we can be on it.
Mousie's cooking.
Fine. We'll give it a shot.
You'll give it a shot? My game?
I guess.
Oh, you win? Oh, you thrill? Mike, the lights, the sounds, the what's it, the do's it's. Turn them all on. And get me a cup of coffee. Right over here, ladies and germs. Yay! He's just my funny little fella.
He is.
He is a bit of a goober. Yeah! Wow!
Oh.
Yay! Last time to use my cash? Yeah, okay. Taking all of your TV dinner. Thanks, mate.
Hooray.
Oh. Undeserved fame! Much like VTubing.
Real.
Your performance will be graded. That sort of thing. There ain't no shame in having a low rank, so just have fun. Who wants to be these two?
I was one of them last time, so I would like to pass on them this time.
I was
Okay.
also one of them, I believe.
I guess we could both do them.
Yeah, you can do something.
I'll be the one on the left.
Yeah.
Ah, the stars. Charmed will be your boss encounter. Here's a little romantic forecast for you. The weather always sticks together.
Hey. Krista. Oh. Who wants to be Rules?
If nobody else wants to, I can.
I can take him.
Sure.
I also could.
I
So,
Oh, okay.
know.
any ideas on how I can be TV Guy's second in command?
I like that one.
It's great.
Yeah.
Everyone got their snacks and drinks. Once the show starts, there will be no bathroom breaks. Are you ready? Are you ready, kids? No. I thought you'd comment on it. Oh, well, fuck you then. Great! Mike, hit it! Yay!
I'm a little nervous.
Quit messing with your ears. We're about to be on.
He's flopping them around because he's nervous. Just a funny little boy. Would everyone please give a warm welcome to today's star contestants? Everyone, please share their names. We don't know them yet. Oh, right. Contestants. We gotta say as a group what we want our names to be.
Ass.
Your names, please. I know ass is pretty good. I've only got 3 letters. I know there's a couple of different Easter eggs.
Uwu.
I'm good with Uwu.
Ooh, is pretty cool.
What? Not even to the quiz first question yet, folks. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up real quick.
This vaguely reminds me of the casino music in Sonic.
I could just say fuck.
Actually, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
Oh yeah, there's a.
You can say the other. You can say the other one.
This is okay. Egg.
What about just mom?
Mom.
Dog? I think dog might do something, I don't know.
I'm curious if mom will trigger anything about Toria.
People.
That would be fun.
We could put in tit. I think Susie likes tit. We could do sus. We get confused. Sus. Like sus Susie, so there's 2 of them. Oh, this is gonna get confusing. Can't spell. Okay.
What are you trying to spell?
Nothing in particular, I'm just trying to be funny.
Oh.
Susie loves like question mark? Forced redo twice gets you bad. What? There's pee and poo. I'll just do fuck.
Fuck.
Staying here forever. Fun.
There is no C or K.
No.
Hate to tell you. But
Why?
Yeah, in the last one, they take away the C and the K, so you can't. Yeah.
They think they're so smart.
You could make it say cuck.
Ah. I'll do curse. K-R. Curse. There we go. Now for introductions. First up, Prince from the Dock and 3-time accidental fluffiest pet contest winner, Ralsei! Yeah! Lockstep, Chris's friend, Monster Maniac, and where did you wreck those pants? Susie! Yeah! Susie!
Susie!
Hey folks, looks like the senses are gonna kill me. Well, on this show, because they weren't blue enough for the Smurfs, Chris! Curse? I told you, no cursing, or the senses will kill me. Now that we've all been improperly introduced, Mike, the board, please. Today's game show will be a virtual adventure through the desert. Each of you will be using your cutting-edge, proprietary controller pads to control fantasy versions of yourselves in a world so real you'll forget it's not. On your quest, you will fight battles, quizzes, gain points, and maybe learn to love each other a little along the way. Now, don't touch that dial, and don't stop those smiles, because... Yeah! Fucking get ready for it.
Are you ready?
I am ready this time.
Yay.
Yeah.
Don't be blown away by the graphics, kids. I'll try not to. Chris, only you may press a button to start. At any time, you may press one button. You know what? Forget it. Now begin! Yay!
Well, guys. Just a bunch of little guys.
They're just a bunch of little guys. Looks like crap. It's cutting edge! I love their little dialogue through this.
Shut the fuck up, Susan!
No! For your adventure awaits! If you get the chance, try and do the dialogue when it pops up. Just down that hole!
Okay.
A hole, huh? That's original.
Welcome to the desert! Talk to me for hints. No. Stealing it.
Alright, kill this guy.
Get in line, kid. Everyone wants to do that. I'm the lost Pippins! On behalf of the toys you lost in the couch! The 5 keys! I do like that they, like, control themselves.
Can't kill the pots.
Ooh, money! Dude, this is so good at money. Oh, my oasis! My oasis! The sunny moon reflected in the water! This is a perfect forecast for love! Great performance, Elena! It's not that important. Yay! Oh. I drank it. It's like mint and sand. My wounds were healed.
Yay.
Enemy! Ah! Wow, absolutely spineless, folks. Fuck you. Meow. That's right, it's our battle scene, folks. Now, boys backstage have been begging to beat you down. This ain't your normal Saturday night slam fest. Perform well, and you'll get extra points. Take no damage, win fast, and get gobs of TP. Hell yeah. She fucked it. She fucked it already! It's okay, I already have a save file where I've saved them all already. So I don't have to feel bad about killing them all. Shoo! Nice. A rousing battle. Mike, give them a free yogurt. Nice.
Oh god, it's full of mold!
Oh, ew,
Oh.
no. I don't want moldy
Yeah.
How
yogurt.
old is this yogurt?
It's been in the fridge for two weeks.
It's like 30-year-old yogurt.
No, eating yogurt. I really like the one where Ralphie turns into a cube.
Yes.
Which one?
Incredible! You've discovered the secret mail room! Then use a fan mailer past this door. Honey Mike? Ah. There is no mail. Mike, get rid of that room. We don't need it. We haven't got any mail. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need a mail guy.
Toxic Yowie.
Damn, dude, I never got
Alright,
fan
you
mail
son,
either.
Susie.
Man.
Wow.
I remember sort of the thought of like, Susie writes Ralph a pen pal letter. The letter becomes something when they go into the dark world.
Find it somewhere on the board. Look at it, Chris. You can cross the bridge. Thanks. Susie, you know, I would take a boulder hit for Susie.
Same.
Valid.
Child's play? I meant baby's work. This is bad, folks. This is your moment.
Don't worry, Chris. According to the manual, I have a special ability. If there's no blocks to push, then push me.
Step on me, Chris!
Wait, what the? I just ignore all that and push me, Chris. Chris?
You never hear these sound effects anywhere else in Deltarune. They're so cute.
Yeah.
They're like that.
We'll go.
Little goat
I love
noises.
that.
They're my favorite. What a great puzzle, folks.
I love those.
I like goods too. They're very silly. A bonus zone! Ow, 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 ow.
1 point?
Hey, we've got a budget! It's even funnier when you don't push him. Aw, no, I like pushing him. I like hearing the noise. We're just doing a little jig. Get out of here. Ah! Meow. Meow. Oh, a magic croissant! Oh yeah, it is a croissant!
Nice.
Yay! Whoa, really? Finally some goddamn gameplay! Ah!
Watch what you're throwing.
Ah!
Hey, I'm
Ah!
drowning.
Mouse say plush! Fill him with liquid! Throw him against the wall!
I see him in the corner.
Stop
Right now,
advertising me! I'm
Advertising me, I'm dying.
I'm curious if that's a reference to how many people, like, coated spam tin milk and threw them against the wall.
It is, I'm pretty sure.
What the fuck? I hate that.
They're so yummy. Where's Vortex? Ugh.
Throw that mailman in the milk!
TV time, obviously. It's Thursday. No, it's Friday, actually.
Today is in fact Friday.
It
What's
is
the true
indeed
value?
Wednesday, my dudes.
Higher. Priceless. My value?
No!
Chris,
Wrong! He costs $32! Can't you see that price tag? You fools! You only had one chance. What's Chris's favorite food?
chocolate,
Hi.
right?
Yeah! That's right, Chris! Who can remember your mother's homemade pie? Nothing better than chowing down with the family. The warm, warm glow of your favorite holiday specials. But you're on TV time! Let's see those results!
You Because you can tell which one it is because it like rubs its nose.
Yeah,
Barely forgive.
Chris like coughs or something. Barely forgivable. I guess I'll die. I'm the lost Pippins. Oh, the upstairs loves you. It has a key underneath it. Yay!
Yay,
You know what? I love the cactus too. Oh, who wants to be Lancer?
I could be Lancer.
Lancer.
Help! I'm stuck in a spiny sea of green. Won't anyone free a poor innocent boy?
He is.
Aww. Hmm. Hey, I got it. Ah!
Me.
Hahaha.
Ralsei is so bullyable.
Yes, we love him.
Yeah.
Also,
Relatable.
I just noticed that in the little sprite Ralsei is like the dark shadow Ralsei, not the
Yeah.
white one.
Yeah. I've heard from multiple sources people fucking hate the Ralsei without his hat on.
Aw.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I would have loved it if at the very least without his hat on had stayed like a black goat.
Yeah.
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 But I'm sure we're going to learn why.
Maybe.
It could be a stylistic choice too.
Yeah,
but I
Starless.
feel like it's gonna have something to tie in with like the Dreamer family or something.
He's the black
Maybe.
sheep.
He's, a
Oh,
bunch
maybe.
of- he's just a little baby.
He is just a little baby.
Just a sweet little man.
Purchasing Tenna. Putting him in my pocket.
For $19.99.
Only for $19.99. You can't afford these glasses, kid. Gup! And we are back. Damn. Ah. I like that I'm bad. I like that these little shadow guys are like cats. Meow. Ever heard of dodging? I'm sorry, I'm bad at video game.
He's so rude.
I'm sorry. Ultra heal.
Why is it
Yay!
so mean? Ow.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't do that actually. Yeah, it was a little shitty. Might be. My bad, kids.
Grace, don't tell your mother I'm letting you play a fighting game.
Falling Peaches! What?
Didn't you say rocks before?
What? No. Who said that? Whiz! Name of this show's host. Mr. Lil Nose. Mr.
I really
TV
just
guy.
wanna go- I have the urge to go take a bite out of a block of cheese.
Ooh, go
Don't
get you,
do it.
girl, go get you some cheese. It's free.
You
They
lactose
say I have
intolerant
milk
bitch.
shots.
I'm going to go grab the cheese.
They say I
I'm going to
have milk
regret it.
shots.
You're gonna. Never mind.
Alright, can we cut that one from the air? Fuck. Seriously, I don't remember. Interesting. His name is Lancer.
I'm Lancer.
That's him. That's him, officer.
That's him, officer.
For his many crimes.
Ow. Now, son, don't touch that cactus. Don't
Don't touch that dial.
tell me what to do.
Doesn't one of the cactuses love you?
I love it. Digging for gold.
Now I have cheese.
Yay! How's your
I
cheese?
love cheese, but
We
is it the
need-
white cheddar?
Yeah, it's
We
the
need a
white
mouse
cheddar.
trope.
It's
That's a-
easy if you hold something over your head.
People.
I
do
have
people
art
agree
of
with
that,
me?
but I think I could do it
Yeah.
cuter now.
Oh god! Oh god! Watch what? Ah!
Wait, this is I don't remember this.
Me neither. But you somehow survived. Take a key.
I
Thanks,
remember
man.
in college, I was a gremlin and would sometimes eat just like an entire
Yeah.
one of those like 8-ounce blocks of cheese.
Yeah.
Baby bell cheese.
Or not even cut it up. I would hold it like
Like
a
a
granola
brick.
bar.
That's insane
Eating like hamburger.
for a lactose intolerant person.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're actually lactose intolerant?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Cheese cravings.
She
That's
just does
true
this.
serious, though.
Ugh.
Before, I remember having to take like calcium things when I was a kid.
I couldn't imagine being intolerant.
Cheese
I
is
can
too
still eat
wonderful.
it. It doesn't really do much to me, but it still has some effects.
Cheese is far too wonderful.
I had dairy goats
Exactly.
as a kid, and we would sell the milk to families with lactose intolerant kids, because like goat milk has a lot less lactose in it.
And we also domesticated goats like really early, like
They're the first domesticated animals.
yeah. But it was like a big gap between them and cows.
Mm.
So like the human body is like more accustomed to that.
And smashing
Oh yeah,
fighters.
cows are way more, like, way bigger. It's harder to domesticate them.
Oh yeah.
You're hoping your brother had bad taste.
That's right, Chris. You got embarrassed about liking the green dinosaur.
I wish
Chris,
Green
your
Lizard
brother
had
has
his
bad
rights,
taste.
too.
Which is maybe its own type of embarrassing. Do you think he was a furry? Do you think you like the Yoshi? Yay! With that nose, a nose. Yay! Oh,
Hooray.
Nose, your nose.
I knows. All 3 keys for free? Yay!
For free?
Only the moon cloud stone remains.
So is that thing a Weird Al thing? Because I really don't remember that bomb throwing.
I don't know. Moon thing. Remember where that is. I have Lancer. Where I put Lancer? We should give him a bath.
Stinky boy.
I am very
Yeah.
stinky.
Stinky little baby. You shower, stinky little baby. You smell real sour.
What the fuck?
Have you not heard that?
No.
No, but just at the end of like smelling sour, and it's like, oh no.
What do you mean?
Smelling, I don't know, just the sour milk.
I'd
I
imagine
guess,
like
comes to
soured
mind.
milk or something.
Yeah.
It's a shut up button. Alright, kid, that's premium.
For real, that's like every subscription service at this point.
Oh. Nostalgic, my old watering hole. Oh yeah, there.
Oh, L marks the spot. I'll dig up a treasure for you.
It's so
Oh, nice
helpful.
Ben.
I'm
What
very
a sweet
helpful.
lad.
Thanks, buddy.
As a
Bye.
it went too fast.
Dig. He has Lancer in the game. Don't worry, he's backstage with the controller just like everyone else. Oh, you cloaked the Oasis! You dare end our season of love? I predict a lot of pain in your future. This battle has a special win condition for our contestants. All you have to do is say, I love to watch TV 99 times and you'll win.
90.
Let it begin. Let's begin.
It's girl pill time.
Girl pill time.
Yeah.
Both of you take
Boom,
your
crystals.
titty skittles.
I've already taken my.
I think I forgot to do that today. I was a little busy today.
I already took my blockers.
Take them now.
I do have to have that reminder to make sure I do my injections.
Sudden drop.
I just put on THL after I shower. But like, it's hard with like my hand kind of being compromised.
Yeah.
But it can basically just put a band-aid over it now and it's fine. Carpal tunnel surgery is really not like a big thing now, I guess. It's pretty easy.
Ow, fuck.
I'm already drawing again, and I did that on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's still just not good to get carpal tunnel.
No.
I think
It was
apparently I have a
inevitable.
pinched nerve.
I figured that's what it was.
I have that in my elbow, so I have to go see another doctor. Next week, it was really weird. They basically attached like a piece of metal to the back of my hand and then like taped one to the finger of my thumb and then like had another thing with two prongs and was like basically making my arm spasm from electricity. Like measuring through that. And then the actual doctor came in and put needles along my arm and had me move it different ways and it made noises and he's like, yeah, that sounds like a pinched nerve. And I'm like,
oh, oh
Magic.
no.
I'm like, oh, okay. Guess that's
Some
what
of the way they like image things is crazy. I was like, how did you do that?
How did you do that?
Like some wizardry right there.
Well, it makes me also think of those videos of like I've seen where people hook like this specific machine up to like plants and mushrooms and it basically plays music off of them.
Yeah. Did you see the one I sent the other day of like the mushrooms playing the drums?
No, I didn't get around
I
to
gotta find it
watching
again. I'll send it to you. It's
So,
cute.
which attack did you like better just now?
What the? Don't ask that.
Sorry.
Obviously, it was mine anyway, right? Pick.
Just like I thought. I went to my sun on a desert level. Someone messed with the humidity. Was it me? Truest crystal! Yay!
What the? It's ruining my attack.
Oh man. Yeah! She does kind of just seem like a little creature, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's like a muppet.
She's a bit of a muffin, isn't she?
I like
know
to
this
imagine
thing,
she
right?
has googly eyes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They said they liked your attack once.
Aren't we partners? You should be happy for me, sweetheart. Listen, you too. The weather always sticks together. Stop! oh.
He's in here now.
Draco?
Oh my god. It's gonna take
Oh.
both of them now.
Sorry, I just wondered if in here are those two. Like, fuck.
You sound drunk.
You do sound drunk.
Drunk rule.
Drunk rule.
I just
card
wanted to
number
say to
4.
here, there's two
You just
singles.
stumbled in.
Those two.
You keep cutting out too.
We lost her.
She's fucking
No,
crazy.
she's taking another swig.
Surprise.
Finally, real weather fans! Since the new sun isn't even the weather, it just sits there and looks hot! And the moon puts me to sleep, but the girls on the wave got it! Oh my god. I kinda like this voice I gave her.
Do you really think about the moon? Or
Huh?
you think that? Oh. Well, hope you'd like crystals because you're made yourself clear. We're through. I need water.
Budgie's a giant biscuit like him anyway! I'm making her sound like a psychopathic Elmo.
A little bit.
One mother,
Elmo, what kind of cunty?
one mother's better than two. Haha, that's confusing for the kids.
Sure.
Okay. They're just jealous. Who needs their attack watch? Going crazy with it. Nice move, hard, Lanino. Lanino. Shit, I did it again, didn't I? Oh.
Crap.
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
What have I done? So dark without its shine.
Oh.
Oh, oasis of love. I froze it over. Oh! Wow, it looks like we're out of time. Okay, battle's over. We'll see you later. Very slow. I get a Z rank. Oh no! I didn't even know that was a rank.
Yeah.
Yay! Oh. Alright, I'm out of here. See ya!
Peace, folks.
Yeah. This is it. Your final test. Behold, the door to the physical challenge. A grueling encounter that would test all of your skills. Are you prepared? Let me think about it.
We die in real life if we die in the game.
What? Well, you kidding? We budgeted too much to not use this. Mike, roll the tape. What? Hey.
Oh no.
Know how they react if you pick Shine instead? Nah, not really.
How did you do to us?
Oh. It's time for cooking.
Hold on, cool your bananas, folks. Today's physical challenge.
Here's the cooking challenge.
Hell yeah.
Okay, that actually makes sense.
Okay.
Chris, your mother used to love cooking shows, didn't she? Oh, how she'd laugh glowingly along with each new recipe, feverishly taking notes on each step to make them for her family. As you and your Rather, pretended the chefs were bungling the simplest parts. Darn, I overcooked the water. Oops, no, I kept breaking the eggs. Oops. That sure was fun, wasn't it? Now, are you ready or what? Let's do it. That's what I like to hear. I'll get those pans over easy, or those eggs are gonna be tough. Woo! Fucking do it, kids.
Fuck it, we ball.
Egg.
Huevos.
So many huevos.
Ah.
Oh, you can do it.
Oh no!
Go, Robin. I will say just how Krista's twirls of this has me wondering if Chris ever took ballet.
That'd be cool.
I don't know.
Maybe they just like to boogie.
Oh man.
That's it.
That's it. Woo! Ugh. I was panicking there for a
You done
moment.
it. You done it.
Hi, Chalka Cat. Hi. Oh, would you look at those smiling customers? The happy as yet to be cooked clams. And Chris, you're just as happy, aren't you? You remember how fun watching cooking shows was too, don't you? Did we win? What do you think? That was the most unforgettable show in prime time. Mike, show the results of the board. What I do? Wasn't my finest, that'll be sure. Oh no!
Could be worse.
No! Hey, Ryan. No! Damn. Yay!
Oh, it's over already? Damn, we were just having fun.
Bye-bye! Thanks, gamers. That was the whole of chapter 3. Yay!
Hooray! Oh,
Roundhouse
what?
kicks you. Stop, stop, stop! It can't be over already, no! Just look at the funometer! Still only at 80%. What? Ah, you see? That was just, round 1!
oh boy.
There's more!
Wait, one round?
Of course, there's round 2, stupid!
Oh.
You haven't heard of a game show with just one round, have you? Maybe except Grandma. That's preposterous, outrageous, it'd be bad TV! Trust me, I know TV.
Well, I guess we were having fun.
Yay!
Yeah, we can play another round.
Have we changed Susie's name?
Change Susie's name. Oh.
Great, and no. Now the word from our sponsors. Word. Done.
This place is.
I'd like my green room.
Yay! Hi, Lancer.
Hey, little dude.
Little dude.
But if you're in this dark world, then you're gonna.
Gaming factory. I got my own gamepad. It only broke 4 times. I gotta go press buttons for pennies.
See we're in the funny stages.
That's great.
But wait, there's more. Lancer, my beloved.
Lancer is the beloved.
I'd rather just watch you too.
Did you know you could win this?
Yes, I believe I did.
Nice.
I
Heck yeah.
I remembered how to do it.
Chris, you won.
Yeah. Alright, we're done. Nah, I'm like good. I don't want to fight you any. I don't want to play games with you anymore.
Chris, why didn't you let me win at Mario Kart? Why did you blue shell me?
Beginner's luck. I never got less than an S before. I know you can like sneak in, can't you?
Yeah, you can buy one.
It's like the bathroom, mate.
Definitely.
Well, just.
Little piss queens.
Yeah, you have to go. I think it's like south.
I see you got only an A rank. I got it next time.
I'm gonna kick you in the nuts.
Punch you in the nards, Chris.
Oh. Reverse vending machine. Swell. Felt glad. What? Okay.
What's next? A special game, but it's locked.
Do I need this?
Is this the dinosaur game? I don't remember.
I'll do it. Alright. Now that you've got those. Lock opening noises, lock opening noises. Look at that, would ya? Lock's all gone. I hardly believed it was even there at all. I'll see ya. No refunds. Mystery game. Oh. Welcome to Extra Game! Tonight our physical challenge will be... Wait just a moment! I'm receiving an emergency broadcast! Oh! Something massive has begun assaulting the city! Multiple buildings are up in flames! At this
Sorry,
rate,
that was me.
everyone will be destroyed! Anyone please tell me who this monster is?
It's me.
Yay!
Guess who, idiots?
Yeah!
That's great.
Guess who's back? Yay! That's right! It's a giant monster movie starring Susie!
Susie Zilla, chump.
Susie, your costume is so and scary.
Obviously.
Yeah, I never
I
did
love
this
how
mini
she's
game.
just hanging the entire time with the slack legs and arms. The
Yeah,
best part.
it's like you're holding her up like a cat.
Yeah.
Harness is like crushing my tits right now, though.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Like rope burned underneath the titties.
Ooh.
Right, Susie Zero will be our baddie smashing hyper spinning star of the day. Priscilla, you are watching the Monster Marathon until you fell asleep. I'm so happy to see someone so excited to tune in. For this final event's a special service just for you. And, by all means, please, come over to Chris's and watch more TV anytime. I'm so desperate. Please come by. You don't even have to come
So
in.
lonely.
Stand outside the window and watch me through the window. I won't tell anyone. The police will never know. Promise.
I love voyeurs.
So I do what? Kick your ass?
No. Susie Zilla had a change in her TV-loving heart. She may wreck the city, but she'll protect me, TV statue, with her life. Or if the bad guys take me down, there's no more TV. Need any other instructions? Let's do it. Everyone ready? Tail on tight. Taking your radioactive breath mints. Yeah, let's fucking do it. Yay! Pew pew! Here come the baddies, take them down! Hell yeah! Pew! Yeah, like this appeared in Tenna's fight, and I was like, I never did this. I was waiting to see the Susie Zilla costume because I saw it in the memes.
It's so cute. I love Chris has put in like a dog one. Chris is very dog coded.
Yeah.
True.
Especially the line where Susie's like, all right, you don't need to howl anymore.
All levels.
Oh, this is hard.
Physical.
Bonus time. Woo, 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 woo. Nice.
Good job.
Whoa. Woo! The physics on this are crazy. It's kind of fun though.
Yeah.
Ah! Ah!
Rolling around at the street outside.
Ah! Whoop, 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 whoop. Phew. It's Mikoto. Hi. That's fun. Oh no, it's in paper mache. It's my worst. You're sounding a big shot. Oh my god. Ah. Go. Ah. The wacky physics actually make this really fun. Woo! You guys
Such a
save
goofy
TV! Hey, what's that? What are these guys? They won, I said! You can try stop trying to beat me up now. Hey, I'm not paying you guys for this! Is anyone listening to me? Hey! Ah! Damn. No TVs were harmed in the making of this minigame. Damn. That was fun. I actually really like that.
Comes Penna in a wheelchair.
He's great.
Oh my god. Aw. I thought I did pretty good. I like that. That was pretty good.
Chris, give me your feet. I'm shoving you in there.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Susie, I think we need to use money. But Chris, you can almost fit. Just a little bit further.
And then Chris gets stuck.
No, I think they've managed to seal everything.
I'm like out of points.
Get more
Probably I have
points.
normal words to say. So, oh, I have the danger items. Jackal. I can put the. Oh no, I can't. Oh, puppet scarf. Made of strange strings. Those that abandon healing.
Oh.
Is this?
Wait, so we still have a Spamton item?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, we definitely need to stop by there then and see if that... Because if that makes Neo Spamton spawn instead, that'd be wild.
That would be crazy. No, we killed his ass. He might not show up. Weak but increases deep.
If he doesn't show up, I've never seen what happens if you go there with, like, out that.
No. Lance blades, no ring. Sword. A girl and her glue. How do we get into the back exactly?
Go down.
Hey!
Talk to one of these two.
But this little guy is my closest pal. You're not supposed to be friendly with them. I like this guy.
Okay. There must be someone further down, because I know they're in this room.
Yeah.
Psst. Hey,
Probably this shady looking guy. You wanna be in S rank? And here for me, but I might know a way. 15,000 points. Do we wanna do the extra stuff?
You're still going to need to fight the Dark Knight, right? So getting the
Yeah.
cowl is probably still gonna be a good idea.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yay! Hey, this isn't enough. Oh, I gotta convert my money into points. I think I can do that, right?
I believe so. I think one of the machines does that.
Points to items. Oh, I ain't got none of that. What about the vending machine in here? Points to items. Oh.
don't get money for sticking stuff in the machine, dumbass. That's like the first thing anyone tries.
Aw.
There's more vending machines in the rooms you can get, I think. Maybe there's ones there.
Doesn't like us touching the points. Swell.
Oh wait, that's dark dollars.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a conversion thing. Here, let's do this real quick.
I wonder if this will get you points.
Oh, here we go. Mama!
You can do it, Robin.
I got this. Baby. Ow. Baby.
Bibble.
Hey! A boop. A booper!
Booper.
Booper!
Booper duper.
Well, ain't that booper duper? I killed it. Dark dollars. Oh no! It's a crater inside this. Yay! I did get points for it. C is for crater. Hey, you're the kind of person that drinks from an oasis 8 times. What is scarce? Words will be fought. You son of a bitch. Oh, I want points. I'm crazy. I'm pretty sure there is a spot to convert, right?
Thought there was.
Be right back.
Get points for replays. Like the minigames? Kind of stuck with points on
let me
minigames?
check.
I gotta use the bathroom real quick if you want to do some research for me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna squeeze these blue moon butterflies. Aw, I wanted to do that to the frogs. And what's even the point? I can't blend frogs. They're so juicy and slimy. They're like the perfect consistency to turn into jelly. Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Put it back into the card.
Did I forget I had that?
What the fuck? Robin!
Mwah.
Mwah.
Wow. I legit forgot I had that as a feature. I thought that was just on my Riley model. I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, your Riley model is also really nice. Yeah,
Mwah.
it looks really cute. I love that. Oh,
Thank you. Damn. Keep an eye out. Oh my god, this is it's a ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me. I'm gonna stab you.
Let's go! Let's go!
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Robin. Boy.
welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec.
Third time.
We don't activate that yet. Hold on.
I
Or-
know everyone has to be here. Well, good thing there be more.
I can eat you. Do you want me? Come here. Come here.
Okay, no, so the machine's behind him.
Like, could I just do it later, or does it have to be like in order after each spot here? Hey, Amu.
Let me sniff it out. What is it called again? Dark Cloak?
Dark Mantle.
Okay, dark.
I wouldn't bone myself already. I'm just not, and I can't get an S rank by playing the mini game again. Sell. Bye.
You have to say you need 1,500 points. I'm trying to find if you can, like...
Can't sell anything either. Can I just like do it later? Like what happens if I don't get this one right now? Does it have to be like after each game?
I can't find a guide that says if that does or doesn't happen, like if you can just do it later.
Guess we'll just have to find out.
Definitely have a save in case you need to go back, because without that mantle, the night is gonna be ass.
I know. I mean, I already saved like after we did the first game.
Oh. Well, I mean, you could go back to the couch and sleep on it.
Yeah, but then that goes right to the board. I mean,
I think
technically you're right. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Any recommendations in chat? I don't want to, because I know you'll have to like go and sleep at some point. I know this chapter can be a little long, but I was trying to get through it in a timely fashion. And that blows.
Still.
Chill, dude. Like, chill with the eyes closed? Eyes
Yeah, you
open?
cannot gain points after chapter 1.
After the board one? Board one?
Yeah, so there's no way to get more points.
That seems really silly.
Well, there's either that or you have to do so poorly that you get Z rank and get sent to, like, the basement.
Talk about your face. I feel like I've seen it before.
Oh, did you skip any combats?
I feel like I did a couple. I didn't
That
let.
might be why you didn't have enough points.
I also didn't like do the best on the cooking minigame either.
Hmm.
Kinda cute. Thanks. Well, I couldn't be more happy hearing something like that. I mean, suppose you and Sushi think I'm cute. Sorry, I'm being proud. Oh, you're so blushy. What the hell are you two doing? Trying to close eyes and think about Susie. Okay. I mean, I
You
guess
do
if-
that.
like, would you be okay if I tried resetting real quick?
Yeah, if you just want to reset to the board game, and then we can just continue from there.
Gup! Alright. Let's see if I can speedrun it. I sorry.
That's okay. Probably something we should have checked because yeah, Toby is a strickler.
You really are. Like, you can't skip your shit. Like, if you miss it, you miss it. You're gonna
You
fucking
are
have
going to experience my game, and you are going to like it.
Alright.
I mean, you could just sleep.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, we're gonna sleep to get back to that.
Hell yeah.
Then we'll do a little bit.
Chris, lick my boot.
No, this is the third time today. Like,
But there's gum on it this time, Chris.
oh fuck.
The
Bye.
way I have seen them portrayed, they are the kind of gremlin that would do that.
Bye. No. No hole. No.
I'll jump in your hole.
Welcome to desert. Not the desert, just desert. This time. What time is it right now?
9 o'clock.
$32. Yay! Pie. Boom. She's cracked. It's like she's done this before. A free cue, just for me. So cute.
Yeah, that's the annoying part is you also have to do good in the combat to get points.
Good enough. Well, let's try and get 1500.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, Yogurt. Yogurt does sound kind of good, actually.
Yeah. Or some froyo.
Oh, you got some froyo.
Yeah, this is just hyper violence round. Ow.
Because M's video games, and video games M's violence.
I'm so good at it. Marvelous mystery board. It's Lancer! Oh, apparently his name is Lancer.
What name is that guy? Oh, it's Lancer? Yeah, right.
Ow. Don't touch that cactus.
Yeah, you can also let Susie farm.
Yeah, I think I was thinking of letting her farm. No mail.
Damn, dude, I never get fire mail either.
Falling peaches! I thought they were boulders. What? No, who said that? I meant baby's work. Yeah. Okay, I won't push him this time, just for fun. Rossi's getting kind of like down and dirty with it, isn't he? This is getting awkward. Kid, just push him. Okay, let's go to commercial break.
The fact Ralsei is fucking blushing the entire time.
Why didn't you
Oh my
push him?
god. I'm back.
I need a Ralsei block plush.
What's the quicksand scene? What a great puzzle. Good job. So proud of you. We've got a budget. Can't just give you all our points. Hey, I'm gonna kick your ass. Boom. Kinda good at killing people, gotta say. Don't take that out of context. What's the quicksand scene, Cora? T rank. I'm so good. We're raking in the points now. Why is she so murder? It's free? Duh. Ew. I wanna take your nose. Hi, Niall. A quiz. I made it all guns all the time. Oh, hello, it's little Pippins! Hello! Sword magician. Hi!
Practice.
Dude, she's so cracked at this. I already have enough points that I need.
Hell yeah.
Give me that key, bitch. You're never gonna stop loving me, bitch. Or I ain't never gonna stop loving you.
Bitch.
I'm such a soft little boy. Get me down from here, it's too high. You rescued me. I'm going to stuff myself in your inventory and you can't do nothing to stop me. He's a little diglet. You empty the lake there. The thing and goes Rossi into. Oh. Wait. Didn't get the thing? Wait, I don't know how to do that. Did I miss it already? It's not our goal right now. You empty the lake. Get the thing. What, like here? How would I do that without a Lancer though? Oh fuck, I gotta do this again, huh? Right.
Oh, can we pick La Nina this time?
Oh, sure.
Are you gonna have them get back together or stay broken up as it goes?
I don't remember. I don't know. Power croissant by drinking the oasis 8 times. Ah. Interesting. Ah, this battle sucks. Ugh. I feel like there wouldn't be much of a difference, but I'll give it a look. Boom. Whose attack did you like better just now? Who knows that? Obviously it was fine anyway,
Obviously.
right? Shine. Rain, go away. Isn't that how it goes? Ooh. Is it me or is it getting hot in here? Extra Dextra Moon! So excited. Ugh. Yay! Oh my god! You know this is extreme, right? They said they'd like to attack once! Yeah, I feel like it's kind of flipped around a little bit. Weather always sticks together. Shut up! Sorry, I just wanted in here. How are those two single? No. You don't know anything. You're cringe.
He is cringe.
That's why we love him.
Yeah.
Nice, I finally get to shine on my own, you know, instead of just being behind the clouds. Any dog not gonna do a rain attack, but a moon attack eclipses your heart. Ugh. Instructions unclear, moth stuck in toaster.
Oh no.
Oh no. You really think anyone can do a rain attack? Fine, I get it. I'm just raining on your parade. Goodbye. Ah! Who needs a wet blanket like her anyways? We could just make him sound like the Family Guy weatherman voice. This just in. I don't know. That's confusing for the kids. Oh, and dampening my vibes now. Time for the sun to be the star. A sun is a star. It's just a really big star. Maybe. I don't remember. Nice move, eh? Oh. Oh, look at that sad sun. Pathetic. It gon' rain. Wow, looks like we're out of time. Okay, battle's over. Bye. That's not my fault. Doing Cloudstone. Do, 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 do. Two keys. Three keys. I'm gonna go get it more points before we move on. Definitely clear that faster peacefully. Yeah, I assume so. I'm just... I'm continuing on with my genocide route that I started last time. This is just what we're doing. Sorry.
Back to your regularly scheduled genocide.
Yup. The Susie farm. Ugh. Moth is not an efficient murderer. Look, they have a lot of help. They gotta get through their fucking monologue, alright? It's not my fault. The Susie counter. Thanks, Susie, you're awesome. I'll get to 1500 and we'll slap on out of here. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Sleepy
Almost
Doing pretty good.
finished with the commission.
Are
I've
you
just
working on a
been
commission?
Playing, I've just been
Yeah.
playing Doom Eternal while, vibing.
I'm just not able to start doing commissions again.
That's good.
Yeah.
Alright,
It
I got-
heals really fast. Like
My fucking mouse feels
I had surgery on Tuesday and like it's Friday now and like I can basically use my hand for a lot more things than before. I can actually draw again, I just gotta be careful.
Here we go!
Hold on! Phase. Oh my god.
Chat, we're gonna
Oh my
let-
god, I love that song.
Alright, let's try to not fuck it up this time.
Fuck
Believe
it
in
up.
you, Robin.
Fuck it up.
Kiss my ass.
It's my ass.
Oh, come on. Gotta get those combos up.
Gotta get those big numbers.
Big titty numbers.
Hell yeah.
I love how it's milk, fucking eggs and dog food.
Yeah, dog food.
Delicious treat.
Ah!
Yeah, you know, trail mix.
Puppy chow.
Yay! Ow.
Never been big on puppy mix or puppy chow. It's too
I've never
powdery.
had it.
I think it's more hyped up than it should be.
Some people like it.
Ooh!
I think for me, it's just like the dusty part. It's like a texture thing.
Look at those smiling customers. As happy as yet to be cooked clams. Yay! Let's see those results. A lot of points. What do you mean? My chef score is great. Okay, I got an S rank this time.
Yeah.
Nice.
Uh,
You done it.
Alright. Yay! Thanks, everybody.
Hooray.
It was all you.
Yep, I did everything.
It was all you.
It was Min.
It was Min. We're putting Min in the jar.
Yay. Get back in
I
the jar.
cannot even escape this on your stream.
It's because it's where you belong. It's your home.
No, it's not.
Yay! It's okay, I'll be in the jar with you.
I guess that's fine.
Alright! Alright. Doing good this time. I'm just gonna head in. Ain't gonna waste no time! What'd that take? Maybe like 10-15 minutes?
Yeah, that didn't take too
Going
long.
in dry.
When's the items? Change. There we go. That's stupid. It's behind the door. Whatever. Exchanging you. TV slop. A smile for free.
Ooh.
It smiled. Yay! Hey. Hey, why don't you try out a fancy new game? Hey, you want a free game? I'm in the back. Little hush hush. It'll be good. It'll be a great video game. I don't have a controller. But there's one right here for free. There's a controller on the ground. Odd controller. What makes it so odd? Is it one of those knockoff controllers, you think?
I'd like to think so.
Probably.
Estimation of key rank? I'm not that good. Like,
No. Okay.
my ears.
Yeah, really?
Okay. Oh. I ain't gonna waste too much time playing with you guys. That's for sure. Expect it. Now she's dangerous. I'm being dangerous. Just like my mother. I spend too much time playing with you. I have work to do. I'll be stuck doing this voice all night. Deltarune speedrun win. Alonso, hello! Fish! Fish!
Fish.
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 Become stronger.
Every time I look at stream, I'm always just surprised at how, cause I have a, what is it, waist high, like, PNG tuber. So it's always funny when I see everyone else in call just being like smaller than me because they have a full size.
Yeah. Forgot about this colored part. Murdering is free. It's okay, they're monsters. Mm. Having fun.
Yeah.
Oh.
This part feels tense.
Yeah,
This
I
freaks
was
me out
like
when he
the
rips his heart out.
Always gets
music.
me is the just no music, only the waves in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The waves
that's always
for
spooky.
the wind.
That's how you know it's about to get real.
No, there's. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Woohoo!
Oh! See you soon! Aw. They stole my shadow mantle.
How dare.
There. We should beat them up. The ice key.
Anything ice themed.
Lavender Town starts
Kinda
playing.
spooky. Yeah.
Alright. Got what I came here for. Thanks, man. Oh,
You're
bye. Well, it took you so long. Playing games? Doing drugs? Pink ribbon! Pink ribbon for Alce.
Cute.
Oh, do I look cute? Yes,
Adorable.
you're such a good boy, Alce. Oh. Pack. Puppet scarf. Yeah. Good stuff. I'm just gonna do that.
Nasty noise.
It's my favorite noise. I'm not gonna spend any points because
was
I'm
great.
probably gonna need it. Do we just want to skip this part?
Sure.
Again?
Yeah.
Let's chill though. Yeah, let's just chill again. Chill here with our eyes open. Would you like to talk about something? No.
Your face.
Okay. No, I don't really want to talk about anything. I just wanted to stand here.
It's quiet time, Rousey.
Trying to close eyes and think about Susie. Just talking.
Okay. Yeah, alright.
Are we all ready to start round 2? I'm ready.
Ready.
PB-tastic! Then let's rock and roll, folks! We're so back.
You ever think about how interesting it is that I think in every chapter there's been a moment where Ralsei makes Chris like have a Susie moment.
Yeah, it's
You
like,
know?
let's close our eyes. And think about,
Imagine what Susie's doing.
oh, what's she
That
doing?
kind of that
Yeah.
Dark Fountain! Now available in Unsettling Obsidian and Pulsating Rainbow. Now mark the board, please!
I want to see the gay dark fountain.
The gay fountain.
The rainbow fountain.
It only appears if 2 lovers meet at Lovers Cliff. Oh, I'm excited for this chapter. Let's do it. Yay! Coca-Cola Island! Alright, Rousey turned into a surfboard. How can I be a vlog? Okie dokie. Photograph. Yay, camera! That's me!
This is okay if it's in a game.
Yeah, Susie's one of those types where if you try and take her picture, she'll like try and beat you up or like block her face or something. A cute selfie, Chris.
And you even pose?
No, it's not that kind of game. 3 grand photos. Plant of spikes hides in the forest. Geyser, just next door. Red antlion. Flower torn in half. Boom. Awawa? What you talking, Awawa? Alright, I'm gonna beat you up now.
Wow, 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 wow.
Ooh. Sorry, buddy. I'm so thirsty! Wait, why am I thirsty? I'm not that
Dinky
thirsty.
oiter.
Dinky oiter.
Drink the waiter.
Okay. Your shoe.
Look, God, wait, no, hang on, let me find it again really quick.
You got this.
Look, Daisy, I am lusty. I didn't mean to make a shot.
Yeah, -1 point. I'm taking this. But the rules block. Oh!
God, crud! I didn't mean to sell that. Don't take my blocks. I needs those.
Who the heck was that? I don't know, it just kind of comes around sometimes. Please buy this boy! He's making me lose my marbles! This is mine now. Yay! Friendship shouldn't be bought. But if you have to, good, you did it. Do it cheap. Cheap dirt of my own.
It's everywhere.
Huh? I feel like I earned less than I thought. Loser. I bought this small child at reasonable, affordable prices. I don't like that.
This
Here, man.
traffic lancer.
Spencer. Is that a green bath?
No,
Leave it to
yes.
me! Oh, do you want to do it? Yeah, it's your turn.
Sorry. Is that a green bath? Leave it to me to get it free. Dig, dig, dig. Oh, I'm digging around. Look at me go.
Look at him go.
It's so green in here. Looks like I struck green gold. Take a picture for the ages.
Boom. A beautiful photo. That's two
Get
more.
busy. I'm drinking it.
You're not drinking it. Here, Ralsa, you have some.
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew.
The Mountain Dew Fountain Dew.
Leave it to me.
All right. Well done, Susie. Oh, huh? I
Got
antennas.
anything harder? Like my dick?
Sorry, be right back, kids.
TV
Bye,
senses were tingling.
Daddy Tenna. So,
Daddy Jenna.
look over there. Huh? What? Let's go. Easy puzzle. Yeah, I'm playing as Susie now. Yay! Draco.
Chris?
Ew, Chris, stop trying to like Rouse.
Ew.
Don't lick me.
You're licking him.
I
I
knew
knew you could turn into a surfboard.
He looks so happy.
It looks like a
You
little.
didn't read all the manual.
It looks like a seal.
His little colon 3 face.
Ba, 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 ba. I need to fudge.
Do you want help?
No!
Okay.
Fine, shut up.
Okay. Yeah, that was what I was going to suggest, but I don't think you have enough for. Oh, you do actually. Nice.
Yay!
Yeah, great job, Susie. Yep.
Oh,
Pizza deodorant for nerds.
Get the ribbon.
Hit the ribbon.
Or else it looks like Chris is trying to tell you something.
Chris,
the ribbon.
you think I need a... You know, I'm not exactly sure how I would even require that sort of thing.
Hey, what the?
Make you?
Chris, you dumbass! Why'd you make me wear that? Take it off!
Wait a second, your controllers are...
oh no!
Susie, you can't use Chris's controller.
I really love that they like take each other's controllers. It's like real life. It just makes it all that more like
They're
chill.
just siblings.
They are just siblings.
I love all the comics of just like Susie and Chris being goobers.
They're goobers. This just feels like so kind of like brotherly and like so like it's unnecessary, but it's kind of realistic and fun.
Yeah.
Chris likes playing as Susie. What are you confusing? No. No. Confusing Rousey is the best part of the game so far, right, Chris? Yeah. It's true. Do-do-do.
Extra cheese.
Fine, I'll fix the controllers.
Wait a second. Susie, change me back.
Come on, just for a bit. It'll be fun.
Chris, don't you want your controller back?
You can have a turn.
Well, if Chris says it's okay.
Having the
So,
little.
Chris, which way should I...
You got the controller. You choose.
This way seems nice. Oh, a flower! Cut it in half. There's a photo shoot. How do you take a photo?
Oops.
Oops.
He's so cute trying to figure it all out. Yay! You're so brave!
Haha, look, I got it!
It's like giving your little
Taking
brother
photos
the
is fun.
player one controller.
Mm-hmm. It's fun just moving around. I guess so. I'm just used to following. I'm not normally supposed to be the player one.
Hey, why don't we just stare at these characters until I find something cool I want to throw?
I feel so bad for
It's
my
okay.
my depressed little goat child.
Oh, nice solve, Chris.
Just wanna pick him up by the head and shake him until he feels better.
He's having
Feel
fun.
that. Ooh, bombs! I bet we could.
What?
Oh,
Back to Susie. No! Susie, no! Ah!
Worth
yeah,
it.
Worth it.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. They're having fun. I just like seeing them have fun together. Boom.
What is it? Oh. Nice.
Hook shots!
Oh yeah.
Take a picture
Oh,
of
black
Susie.
one's bad.
No, that means I got them already. Oh, they love each other.
Oh,
Yay!
Cute.
Well, I got the 3 photos. Get our spicy buns out of here. Maybe version of Tenna I've seen television. Like, whatchamacallit? Gender bent Tenna.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, I don't think I've seen that. I have something to look up now.
Okay, controller
Mhm.
earned. You needed that.
Oh no, I didn't get the pepperoni deodorant while Susie was in control. She like went over and like sniffed at me. It's like, oh gross, stop smelling smelling Chris.
Okay, I like that design.
Oh really?
I looked up female Tenna.
Oh yeah, female Tenna's cute.
Cool.
Cool, smells like nothing.
Hey, I've got a question.
What's your question?
So we're in. So am I allowed to say the name of the voice chat we're in?
Yeah.
Okay, why are we in orb pondering? What is this
It
channel meant
has-
for?
It has a more limited numbers, so we don't have like a ton of people pile in for stuff like this.
I mean, I guess, but like, you also have the streaming voice chat. that usually doesn't have many interrupters.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but this is also more like Robin stream than like either me being up or something.
That's
Yeah.
fair. I think
Okay.
Robin was the first one in this chat, so
Hi.
that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I enjoy just kind of hanging out. Trust me, it's a sight to behold. Do not. I'll do no such thing. I love little Pixel Rouse. Ah, he
Yeah,
does like a
so
little
cute.
wah when you take a picture of him. No, I gotta get back to the beginning. Ah, the lonely cactus. Free! A fourth special photo? Unbelievable! Never before seen. Three photos, a path opens. Oh, it's a magic raft. Yay! The ocean is your oyster. Raft forth, unknown mysteries await you. But I don't know what's this way. Hey, you two aren't supposed to be here. Wanna play money making game? Who said you could do that on the job? Uh-oh, gigs up. Oh shit, we gotta get out of here. Over here. Oh, the Love Island. Yay! Very important.
That one's cute.
Tropic of Love. Yay! Let go. You know, in the Deltarune OST playlist, I don't think that song's in there. Oh, the Tropic of Love. Anyone else think that was cool? Anyone? Oh, just me? Okay. Goodbye! Yeah, this is where you're supposed to go. Just hanging out, man. Hello. Not the shine of love to guide me. My life is lost at sea. The salty is the ocean. Have someone to show me? Yes, close your eyes. Okay. I'll try anything once. Oh no. Putting her in my pocket for later. The final photo 3 heroes. Yay!
Nice.
The cutest. Fabulous, a mugshot of you 3 criminals. Took my camera, I took the moon, and even the clouds. If you're going to be taking and taking. Oh no! You'd take a photo of me. Oh, I see you've met Shara, a camera thing. That's it, that's the one. Toby does know how to make some interesting gimmicks.
Yeah.
You never know. The energy, baby! I'm loving it. And turn. No. No. Ah. Fabulous, darling. Lights, camera. Oh shit, my house is on fire. I'll be right back.
Actually, on second thought, I'll stay here. Mike, Mike, douse my kids.
Mike,
What happened?
douse my kids. I have work to do.
Disassemble my kids.
No! Reassemble my kids! How'd you like that line?
Mike, you jumbled their parts.
You made one of them transgender!
Neat.
Oh wait, we're both okay with this.
those-
Never mind.
They were the wrong parts, oops. They look too much like robots to me.
You've made my kids dysphoric, Mike.
Mike, call the family! Not bad. And it's close. And away we go! Oh, nah, I don't think it matters. Crack my back.
Crackle crunch.
Alright, this is it, folks. Come out, you two! Alright, open your eyes. Playing video game. Wow, looks like your characters are just about to meet. At Lover's Peak. Oh, Menino! I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. We still love each other, right? Of course, I'm just sorry, Oops, duty calls. Gotta go, kids. I'll give them a little alone time. I can't wait! I wanna go to the next room! Oh, gasp!
E.
Ooh. Draco.
So you must be the ex.
What the hell is that?
Oh, wait.
I'm sorry, I thought we were... You didn't, so I...
Let me say it. Let me say it. I know I can readeth the room. Please, come hither.
I like that his hands are in, like, the frame as well.
I don't think thou two shouldst beest apartheid. Instead, thou shouldst be together
With me!
with me. Because three are stronger than one.
But there's two of...
Because, sure, three are stronger than two. And many other numbers, etc., etc. Everyone in agreement to...
Yeah, you'll be with me again if I... You'll be again with me? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we get it, we good, let's go! Cue Rain Bowie!
It's like,
Those worms are the only battle thruple in town now.
Oh my. What did he just say? What the fuck? The rainbow's made of, like, jelly rope.
Chris, what's a thruple?
I'm back. Why is the rainbow so impure? Oh, good. Yay! I'm so ready. Get ready, kids.
I might have to hop off a bit early.
Okay.
Okay.
That's okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
You ready to rock, nerd?
Yeah, no problem.
Can we rock soft? Glamorous. That's right. Get out your lighters for the lighteners, ladies and germs. Because it's time for a crashing, banging, booming, crooning rock concert. Oh yeah. Oh, Chris, remember December? Oh, that little musical prodigy. Remember when she'd grab the remote and swap it from cartoons? For that wild music video Channel Toya forbid you to see? Guess your mother never been a fan of alligators in bikinis. Ooh.
Yo.
Ha. Rockin' hard or hardly rockin'? Just rocking her guitar and singing along with those nasty, nasty songs. And you all think she was just so cool. Heck, maybe you could get her to come back once again sometime. Haha, just kidding. Anyway, are you ready to rock? Sound checked, drums, boys and fluffy. I'll say, get those lyrics ready. They seem a little inappropriate. Do I have to? Too bad. Now, audience, give it up one last time. Ah! See if I got this. It's right.
As the arc which will shine you the way.
Oh, I gupped up the last one. Oh no. The times
You're
I
good at that.
the time I would have done it perfect if I didn't try to sing it. I got distracted.
That's fair.
Damn. Oh yeah, I really like rhythm games.
I need to play more Rattatan. I love that.
You
Rhythm games are Ow.
Do you want to be Rouse? Min?
Yeah, that
Are
was
you
sick.
I mean, I can be Ralse. I did attempt to, on Shroom's stream, to sing that, but it didn't really go that well.
It's
Susan,
hard to keep up right now.
serious right now?
Wow, looks like the band's already splitting up due to drama. That's how you know we've got real winners on our hands, folks. Anyway, board's over. Let's see those results. Let's see those results.
Asa? Alright! Extra photo. Aw, she's cracked. Yeah! So good at video games.
Such
Game
a
show's
good
over.
girl.
Thank you! I need more good girls.
Yes.
Praise me more. Queen Luxie,
You're
thank you for checking
such
in.
a good kitty.
Do something nice about myself. I'm
Okay.
I'm a good girl. Very good, very soft and comfy.
It's the end of our final board. It's time to say goodbye, but when you gotta go, you gotta go. Roll the credits!
Bye.
Breaking news! Video speed viewer donations have been pouring in. We have met the special incentive.
Yeah, I love how fast you wiggle.
Love how he does a little jig that fast.
So fast!
Incentive?
The bonus round.
Oh, there's another round.
There's a
Oh.
round. The Dark Fountain still needs to be sealed, too.
Yeah, can we just pass on the bonus round?
Pass? You mean stop playing?
Yeah.
Well,
He's so guilt trippy. He's like, no, I don't care.
know. He's so fucking manipulative.
Oh, I mean, of course. I mean, you go do whatever you want to, but I'll just be here by my lonesome with this bathtub and toaster conveniently placed to my side.
I feel for Spamton.
Oh my god.
Tear down the board, tear down the set, tear down my house, tear down my kids. Audience, you're going to have to go home.
Tear down my house. Tear down my kids.
It's got funny whirly gigs.
Uh,
I was sorry to depress
Anna.
you.
We're sorry to depress you, but
look, I guess if you really want us to play it.
my favorite dynamic trio, Curse, Ass, and Ral.
Yep.
You will.
Maybe just for a little bit.
Marvelous! Mike, rebuild the set! Rebuild my kids! You're gonna have a great show to you!
Rebuild the kids.
My words!
Re-impregnate my wife!
Oh,
Mike, impregnate my wife.
oh my god. It's fucking over. Susie Blue Chris.
Susie, Blue Chris, I'm doing my hurricane attack. Wanna help?
Pick him up.
Ooh, carry me, carry me.
I picked him up into my lancers.
Now put me down, put me down. Susie.
Obviously.
Whee! A white ribbon. Alright, let's see if we can get this over with.
I believe in you, Robin.
Thank you. How long are you able to stay for? I'd feel bad if I did this all and you had to leave.
I can probably go for another 20 minutes.
Fudge. I don't think we'll be able to get to the end in time. But... But... Hi, Luxie. How are you, by the way?
Min, your girlfriend is here.
Hi.
It's Luxie.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's Luxie.
Hey, look, it's Luxie.
I'm good. Enjoying this silly little video game. Let us begin the slaughter. Why does this play in like a lower key than I remember?
Hmm.
Maybe it's supposed to be like that.
Drama, guess what?
What's up?
Yoink.
Hey, that's mine. I need that. God. Aw, man. Oh, shoot. Oh, damn!
They're mine now.
What do you need them for?
Obviously, in case my pair breaks. Duh.
Ah.
How could you be so mean, Min?
Although I don't think your glasses are my style, you know?
Why?
I like my big round glasses. Because yours would make me look like a librarian.
Mine
What's
do
wrong
make,
with that?
mine do make me look like a librarian a little bit.
I'm also doing this to you.
Shrimp check. It's okay. I have a shrimp-proof pillow on my back. I'm definitely not shrimp maxing.
Shrimp maxing.
I'm maxing out
Shrimp
my shrimp.
minning, in fact.
Shrimp minning. Yep. Up the waterfall.
Get cheesed.
I gotta. For the cheese. My mom said to say thank you when you're gifted cheese.
Even if it's thrown at you.
Yep.
Mama says life is like a box of cheese.
Never know what to say it.
Limburger.
Hamburger. Ice key.
Yay!
Ooh. I don't know why this tempo makes me feel like we shouldn't be here. This song is very strange. Ow! A biter! Get out of here. Follow the white cloak. I was gonna do that anyway. The forbidden path began with ice magic. It is talking about the weird route, isn't it? The forbidden path began with ice magic.
I think this is supposed to be a hint to how to do Weird Route if people didn't, like, figure it out, but yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like it says this.
Oh. Drift, thank you for the follow. How are you? Fire. I mean ice. Killing the bird. Oh! I think that was supposed to be Birdly, maybe. The blue bird blocking my way. Oh! I didn't think about that. Scary, innit? Not scary, unsettling.
I guess that's what this game is telling you, then, of like how you have to kill Birdly.
Mm-hmm. His key was used up. She was used. Was all but a means to an end. Really is unsettling, isn't it? Well done. You found my secret hiding place. But there's nothing here, is there? Got the shelter key. Oh, you found that too! Perfect. Just perfect. Thanks for all your hard work, Chris. You were used up.
The fact it says you instead of Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was all it wanted us to do. That was the first step to enlightenment. Dude, Rouse say Chris is back. Oops. Sorry, I got wrapped up in playing an RPG. Yeah, just walking around and not fighting anything.
It was called Yandere Simulator.
What? No.
No, not the toothbrush.
Should we just move on? I don't think there's a whole lot we need to fight right now.
I don't believe you unless you want to stop here for the night or keep going.
I mean, I won't really have time to play this next weekend. Well, I mean, we could, but then I wouldn't be back for like 2-3 weeks. I think it'd be good to see if I can finish chapter 3 tonight, and then we can do chapter 4 next weekend.
True.
Yeah, we should tell him, hey, we gotta go. Hey. What do you mean? Then make
The a-hole's bigger. What do you think I'm paying your electricity bill for? Fitness are gonna get bored. Tropical found out about this, it's all over. Hey, what you talking about? Next week on Moth. Susie, Chris. Hi. Susie, sweetheart. Hey, what's the trouble? Hey, what can I do for you? Oh, is it that phone call? Oh, that. Oh, I can't believe you heard. We were just planning a super surprise game for you. You didn't hear what it was, did you? No, no. I gotta go, actually. Sorry, it's time to go. Man, there's nothing in here that pisses me off more. People who don't tell you the whole deal. You mean Tedda? Yeah, I don't know what, but he's hiding something. Let's go take a look around, Chris. Press his buttons. Played his chest like the bongos. Hey, hands off the merchandise! Oh.
You grope his buttons.
I grope his buttons. Hey, hands off the merchandise! What the? You're being awfully suspicious. Gotta teach you a lesson. yeah, Mr. Dinosaurs. My voice is getting a little tired.
If you want to, we can stop here.
Arr. Unless you want to do Deltarune twice next week, I don't know.
Hmm.
I'm gonna be busy Wednesday night.
Yeah, because I know Wednesday's gonna be Sea of Stars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll actually be able to start that an hour earlier than normal, since they finally are letting me at least have those days as a work from home.
I mean, I've only been going for 3 hours. I mean, I could probably finish the game myself. I don't... Were you gonna hop off Tumen?
I probably was, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what I feel like doing then. I could just do it myself.
Yeah.
What do you guys in chat think? Do you want to see if I can finish up chapter 3 tonight, and then we'll do chapter 4 next week?
Oh yeah, here before I go.
Hydrate, up to you. Up to you, Miss
There you
Moth.
go.
You guys aren't helpful. I mean, I don't know. I like this chapter a lot. And I was like, I think we're just about like halfway, I think. Got the, I guess, technically the third board. And
If you can't decide, flip a coin.
doing watching, but if it's best left till next time.
Usually what I do is I flip a coin, and then whichever one I wanted more, I just pick that. It actually does help me decide on things.
It's fine if you go stand on my kids. It's fine. Whatever. Alright, take it all down. Tear down my house and my kids. Such a good way to do it. What a...
It gives me the chance to go, fuck that coin, I do what I want.
I do just kind of want to keep playing.
Then you should keep playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take a quick break though.
Alright, but I will hop off. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night.
Okay, thank you guys for joining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always a lovely time.
Yeah, I'll see if I can knock this out of the park tonight and be awesome about it.
Mm.
Alright, I'm gonna
Alright.
take a quick BRB. Thank you, goobers. I'll see you all. I'll see you two probably soon.
No, you're the
Yeah.
goober.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, and I'll be back shortly. Meow meow. Meow.
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay!
Put it back into the card.
Keep an eye out. Oh my god, there's it's a ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
Imagine being able to ride this guy as a pet.
Yeah, that'd be cool. You want to put this on the floor and then the card over it?
Yeah.
You got it? Yeah. Perfect. Let's get out of here. Ah! Ugh. They'll never find me over here. They lost me. I'm gonna squeeze these blue moon butterflies. Aw, I wanted to do that to the frogs. And what's even the point? I can't blend frogs. They're so juicy and slimy. They're like the perfect consistency to turn into jelly. Hey, yo, back up. Back up 6 feet. Uh-oh. Holy shit! That was pretty cool. I mean... Mwah.
No, please! Why does this keep happening to me? No!
Oh my god! No! That was incredible! No!
Let's go!
I have a singular HP. Or a singular stamina.
I need to take some lessons from you, Robin.
Welcome back.
Hold on, come here for a sec.
Third time.
Alright.
We don't activate that yet, hold on.
I
Or-
know everyone has to be here.
Well, good thing there be marshmallows.
I can eat you, do you want Come here.
No.
Come
No.
here.
Do not eat me, damn it.
Where's
Alright, wait, can I, wait,
marshmallow.
I don't have a marshmallow.
Marshmallow.
I'm
I
actually
don't
gonna,
have a marshmallow either.
are you serious? Can I please have a marshmallow, please? Please.
It's okay, there are eggs. There are eggs.
I need it now! I'm gonna eat, you know what, I'm gonna fucking eat
My
witch.
legs.
I gotta eat somebody! Give me a marshmallow or I'm gonna die!
Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ!
I want to play tennis.
The outs, brother.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my god, what are they doing? Leave that baby alone! Oh my god. Get out of here. Go, be free. That poor baby was being assaulted. You broke your titties. Oh, I didn't realize they had bones in them. I like my titties boneless.
Same, honestly.
Yeah.
Or else how would they jiggle? Is that what they call spring bones? Stupid. Did I forget I had that?
What the fuck? Robin!
Mwah.
Mwah.
Wow. I legit forgot I had that as a feature. I thought that was just on my Riley model. I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, your Riley model is also really nice. Yeah.
Mwah.
It looks really cute. I love that. Oh.
Thank you. Damn. Yeah, there's a bunch of bricks in here. It's gotta mean something. Respect my trans homies or I'm gonna identify as a problem. Yay! What a good DLC. Ow! Hi! Yay! The baby was saved. It all worked out. Yeah, so that's where that went. Okay. Do I get any rewards for fleas yet? I should go check on them. Yippee! Only one thing to do.
No!
Oh!
I see. Ah, slugger baby!
Oh yeah.
I see a floating head.
Fuck's sake! No way that just did 20 damage to me. Uh-oh.
Ow. Where's my gun?
Alright, grab him, grab him, grab him! Grab him! Grab him!
Sorry, ran away
Up.
like a coward.
Are you fucking serious right now? Bye, guys. That was terrible. What the heck? You're gonna fire me, at least do it right.
I don't want you to either. You're really nice.
I'm gonna put you in here.
Yes.
This game is so good. Putting you in the blender.
Wait. Yay! Let's put it back into the card.
Keep an eye out. Oh my god, there's it's a ah! Jesus! Son of a bitch. This came out of nowhere. That actually did jump scare me.
Imagine being able to ride this guy as a pet.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
The tree's falling.
Oh no!
I was expecting that. Oh.
You silly creature. Oh no. You want to put this on the floor and then the card over it?
Yeah.
You got it? Yeah. Perfect. Let's get out of here. Hey! I'm back. Yeah, the internet is in bad shape. My V-bridger's been freaking up, and yeah, YouTube actually was giving me trouble the other day. Ah. It's Twitch TV time! Yay! Hi, Great Boy. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. How have you been? It's heckin'. Meow. Back on Deltarune. The Deltarune grind. I went downstairs to check the fridge, and there was a cup of safe to eat cookie dough in like a little plastic cup. It was pretty yummy. I just had to experience it though, which is rare because they have something in on the background. Yeah, I do. I think I was on stream the other day. I was trying to pull up like lo-fi, but YouTube was just kind of having a heart attack. Mutual entertainment. I think Rules is helping them play with their controllers. But we still aren't ready. It's for the chef game. We already did that. What?
Yeah, like on the first board. Where were you?
Doing my freaking makeup? I mean, I knew that actually. Perhaps I just like wearing clothing on purpose. I don't know. I wear clothing by accident. Yep. I gotta do this guy again. It's really weird that they gave this thing the Undertale like encounter sound effect. Very strange. Ow. Kill it quick before it multiplies! Baby. Hey baby, what's up? Oh, heck. What does it mean? Why is water so wet, you know? You know what I mean? Uh, 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 yeah. Oh. It looks like it needs a refill. Well, let's give it a refill. With blood. Thank you. Thank you for the points. Oh, do I have to... Oh, I didn't do this. I had to reset it. Here, let's do it. I had fun with this, actually. Here we go. Bonus minigame. Why I never found... I ended up doing this in my... Extra game! She's so cute in that thing. Yay! That's right, it's a giant monster movie!
Oh, it's call me Susie Zilla.
Right, Susie Zilla will be your smashing buddy. Sir, you are watching the Monster Marathon until you fell asleep. I was so excited. Thanks, man. I'm gonna kick your ass. No, you have to protect me. I got this. Alright, let's do it. Woohoo! I do feel very like spinny. I get momentum when I spin. Quarter with though. Bonus time! Got 'em all. I like doing that. That's fun. Ah! Ah! Don't fucking go around the right way. So many tennis balls! Who is responsible for this madness? That's my worst hater! Starting up a big shot. Show dominance! Show dominance now! Look, I saved TV! You have won! Hey guys, they won! They won! Stop it! You can stop trying to beat me up now. No! No! No TVs were harmed in the making of this minigame. Except you. Just you. Three minutes. Yeah, that could have been better. More TV. Why not more TV? The golden bean. 5 mint. Yeah. And health points. Get that much. Blue ribbon. Good. I don't need to go that bad. Blue ribbon. Heal plus. Covers slightly more HP. Man, doesn't that sound nice? Ribbon. Blue ribbon. Yeah. Wow, that really does make it. Fluffiness up. Has no attack. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of Rousey's job to heal. With the puppet scarf. So good for slashing. I like the ragger. The rag dagger. It's great. I like that. Alright. Let's... Let's go. Go investigate. What the heck is this? It's kind of cold in here. Parental lock system. I didn't mean to do that. Combination. Ooh. 1, 3. 2, 1, 3. I remember the next code door thing. Chris. Now seems like a good moment. Haven't really been able to discuss much for a while. I think we should ask Susie how she's doing. Or... okay. Are you just gonna hang around talking all day or what? Go. I think one of the changes is around, isn't it? $12, $25. You entered them knowingly. Actually, I feel like I just missed the dialogue. I'm gonna restart it real quick. Nice. I think I'm supposed to ask something. Give me a minute. I got it. No. Cool. Ask, Elsie? Elsie. Oh, I'm doing, those games were a lot of fun, weren't they? I've never played such a game before. I kind of got so wrapped up. I accidentally forgot about everything for a moment. It's okay to take it easy. Oh, Chris, you're always so kind. Anyway, those games were fun, but I'm not sure they could replace the festival. Chris, can I ask something selfish? The day of the festival. Perhaps if you could perchance some ice cream or something. And tell Susie it was from me. Going with her. Huh? Chris, but who are you intending to go with? Noelle. But Noelle? Chris, I think that's a bad choice. I mean, I'm sorry. A bad choice to make alone. Noelle might want to go with Susie. I hope you can figure out a nice solution. Too bad, Draco and everyone just left when there was actually something new. 12, 5. How did they know that? Who turned on the AC? The heck are we? This set, there's something strange about it. Wait, look over there, you two. There it is, the dark fountain. What the heck is that? Like a giant gotchi ball thing. What's inside it? Toriel! Chris, what the hell is Toriel doing asleep in there? We're so busy with the game, I forgot she'd... obviously she'd be a part of the Dark World too. Damn, Chris, we have to get out of the fountain right now or... Oh, Toriel. Oh, there you are, still sleeping like a little angel. Haha, who the heck knows what happened I'd do if you woke up. I'm sorry we gotta do this to you, Tori. You're the last one to really give me a good look back then. But hey, that's show business. Nothing stays big forever. Without a little help, that is. That's why you're gonna be our little trump card. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. No! Welcome back to another electrifying episode of TV Time. Oh, wait a second. Tonight's goal will take place in a beautiful TV city. That's why the cars don't have feet. The two cues from each corner of the city and... Enough already. Game's over. Give Toriel back and let us go home. Game over? Mr. Tenna, I'm not certain what your plan is, but... I'd like to go see the Dark Fountain now. I think... show's gotten a little old. Old. Sorry, Tenna, No, haha, I'll see. Buddy, boy, it's fine, I get it. Look, I get it. Classic TV sometimes just takes a little time to appreciate. But how about this? We'll all do one more little game. One last encore. And this time, we'll play until you like it. Hey, what the heck are you... Game over? The game's never over! And if you don't want to play anymore, it's time for me to take control! Mike, crank it up to the max! What is Rase doing in there? Now it's my turn to play. Hey, isn't this fun? I'm not broken. I don't have burning. I'm fun. Come on, say it. I'm fun. Fine, you don't want to say it? Maybe a quiz will help you answer. Aren't you having so much fun? Yeah. That's what I thought. What's that? Quiz just oodles of fun, folks. Just look at that funometer. Looks a little funny, doesn't it? Wonder what's next. Looks like a battlefield. A very special battle. Very special indeed. You have to do to win? Say, I love TV. Think you'll be able to try anything funny? Ever read this contract? Says you guys are my actors. That means you've got to act. Okay. Did I love TV? That's right. You love TV, don't you? Yes. Yes, TV. Whew, that battle was a workout. Let's never fight again. We're a happily family, aren't we, Chris? Chris? Hey, look! Behind this door lies another physical challenge. Get ready, folks. There. Chris. Remember when your brother was here?
You just spend so much time with him. With me. Watching cartoons, playing games, smiling, laughing, crying. Why? Why don't you two do that anymore? What? You went to college? Well, why do you have to go and do that? You can learn anything on TV. Yes, the instructions. Right, yeah. Coming out of the pipes. Where are they going? I don't know. Hero bet. Oof, what a challenge. Well, this mirrors everyone look a little sleepy. Come on, what happened to that late night TV marathon? Let's make up those noggins with a little quiz. Yay! Never thrown away. Better than email. All great answers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the pipes. I knew I shouldn't have done it. But you know, every pipe goes somewhere. They had to. Wait, no, not another battle, please. Family's fighting again. And I'll be an actor. Don't get hit. You? Hey! How did you let them use that act? You're fired. Alright, no more of that guy. I know what you need. Forget your minds off of this. Your eyes back on me. A little music! That's right, show tunes! Chris on the piano, you love it, don't you folks? That's right, a musical challenge. This time it's... Oh god, it's coming. Music is coming. I can't stop it. It's not feeling so good. Hey, so, what the heck was that? Haha! I'm with you guys, that was weird. I was the dreamer. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you? Howdy. Howdy meowdy. What to do on the television? I don't know. That's right, isn't it? Ah, that was so normal. Mike, how about we have... Well, we only have quizzes from now on. We could have a battle. Great. Oh, great. That's perfect. Love it when you listen to me, Mike. Love it. Zoom up. Off button. Act. Well, let's give big T. Yeah. Using volume 2, but again RP. TV time! Nighty night, Tenna. Huh? Rosie? Chris? Hey! Don't tell me you didn't like your custom-made toy balls! Hey, Mike! Would you, cancel my 4 AM shock therapy session? It looks like it's happening right now! All hands on deck! Everyone find the lightners!
out of here. Playing Deltarune. Good boy or girl? Good girl. Way go eat comfy coffee. Kimby. I'll give you some funny goop that gets stuck in the carpet. Lifetime supply. Come back. My voice is getting tired, but I do like doing his voice. I don't know. Do you guys like my voice for him? How sweet of you playing Deltarune. Good boy. Good girl. TV time. I love it. Alright, I'm just giving them the like radio show host voice. Gotta get out of here. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Hey, firework. Time for banger. Hell yeah. Put this on and get on stage. Wild West, huh? Get the feeling this game's gonna be a good one, right, Rouse? Sure, let's just... Why do I have to be the horse? Yeah! Look at him. Such like a high, it's a really fluid horse animation too. It's awesome. Hey, it's Lancer. Taking all of the Lancer controllers. Oh, what's up, my gang? What are you doing? I lost my controller, so they gave me a fresh one. Played several times and Voidal fun as head. Want some treats on a trade? We mean first find an X on the ground. Go on and dig. Eventually your controller will break. The father figure will give you a new one. They are when he takes your mouth for illness. Just gargle, rinse, and repeat. Have fun. Okie dokie. Ba, 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 ba. Picking all of your Lancer controller. Just an FYI, I'm doing the, I guess technically, genocide route. For C rank candy. I don't know. Oh, biscuits. Ah. Who runs the green? Where am? Wrong. Wait. Oh, okay. They're doing the Snowgrave route, or continuing off of it. What do you mean you haven't found the lightners yet? Oh, you're all fired! I mean, hired! Yeah, that's it.
I mean, no more points until you capture them. You like points, right? Okay, then we're clear, right? You guys. What do you mean you're scared to fight them? What the? Read the fine print in your contract, buddy. Now quit complaining and go! They're too scared to fight us. What's his last name? Dreamer. 2R. S rank. Yeah, it wasn't perfect. Which characters? Oh, this thing. Boom! I got it. Improvement. I think I needed to do something with this. Let's chuck it over there. Come on. Might be a longer stream than I anticipated. Yeah. See ya. We out here rolling stakes? Why? How did you survive on 1 HP? Perish. Houses destroyed. Good job. Just like the market. It is such a jam, isn't it? Sneaking actually kind of sucks. Let's go. Yay! Look at Rousey's little tiptoe. He's so cute. Frog it! Wait, I was supposed to do something with this guy, right? I thought this thing was important or something. I'm even dirtier.
Excellent. You again. Go. Lucky Vapor Buster is so good. Ow. Ow. Booble. I have those. See ya. What do you mean you're too scared to fight them? You can't fool me. Trash! Get out of here. Woof! Is that a dog frog? What are these frogs doing, man? They're like little red glistening glowy spots. No! Moth is so happy about murder. It's so easy and it's free. Right? Not wrong. The boys is looking for cheetahs. You haven't seen any cheetahs, have you? Too good. Nah, too bad. Stay in the cage. Oh. Oh my god. I see that ain't too effective. Okay, alright. Do it again. I do like this little minigame. Boom. I like, yeah, I like testing my reflexes on that. Oops. I forgot I was wearing it. Oh, looks yummy. Wait, what am I saying? He loves his hay. Slowly unlocked the door. Inside the closet was a horse costume and mini stable. Susie slowly locked the door. The Aussie Ranch is now locked for your castle town again. Nah, we ain't doing that here. Sorry. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh man. Oh, this Giga sucks. No. It's a really good song. Ain't working. There we go. It was a red herring all along. See ya! Ooh, money. Be trashy. Trash? You absolute garbage. Wish I could. I could call those great terms of respect. Hit the dusty with destruction. Wait, what? Not even worth the trash can's time. Aw, man. Sorry. Shadow guys are supposed to be doing Tana's contract work. Well, they got scared you beat them up, so they split. Yeah, I figured. Normally they'd all be really happy you did all that paperwork for them. But we're just gonna scare them and then beat them up later. At least it spared them from doing some work. Yeah. What? She rolled over in her sleep. Did you try the classical music channel like I said? You know she'll be in grave danger if she's awake from this, right? What? You quit? You can't quit. Ram! Ah, I knew he was no good for nothing. Damn, Chris. I don't know what's going on, but we gotta hurry. We don't got much time left. Aw, concert. Where's that funny teeth thing? It's down here to the right. No! Oh wait, oh I got it. Hey! Get me out of here. I think the secret's around here, yeah? I think it's down here to the right? Like in a wall. Oh! When she actually tries reading it. Hey! You win! Perfect. Oh! Hate wins! Oh my god! Wait, what? This isn't the secret. Moral's choice. Oh my god! Does this go over the tennis Spampton thing? I guess we chose hate. over love. Though we don't get a choice. Makes sense to me. Also, hi Denji, how are you? You're hydrating me? What for? This is a lot longer stream than I thought it was gonna be. Kinda came with a real card! And don't forget my lover Z, Sun Guy and Moon Girl. Chris, get ready for another fight. Ah, queer your mouth, my dear Bimbito. Just here for the snacksy. Who thought I had no quarrel with thee? You don't? But if you capture us, won't you earn Tenna's admiration? Oh please, I am beyond these such shallow desires. You see, I've already gotten them. My two paramours are already giving guys a TV guys second in command. By the transitive property, that also makes it me. This world's personal doer of puzzles. Right, honey 1 and honey 2. Oh, that's how this works, see? It's totally how it works. Happy Connie. I have given up on the path of violency. Never again shall they cross swords. Boy hath found lover Z. Please no more. Okay. Thou just jealous cause of now Thruple doth suck. I didn't even see you had on Thruple's night and the Thruple's ball. You possess us alone. Your loser's low medieval L on mine forehead. Oh my, fuck you. All the bagel chips have been picked out, rendering it powerless. Z. Pat this, my chest. It's right here. In our hearts? What? No, this is just where I keep my cards. They're stronger, they have like abilities and stuff. It's really just about having the better decky. This really makes me see how bright Lenino is. Oh, my love is he. Guysy. It actually doesn't work here. We had a talk and it doesn't work. Even if I dated them, I'm not second in command. So heads together. What are we going to do about that?
If you fight us, we'll kick your ass.
Yes, I noticed. We shall not fight. Unless we did, non-violently. Please don't start a battle. Okay. What if I do? No! I must defeat Thousand, TV Guy recognizes my glory! But fear not, my four of us needs not attack ye. What is a show if thou dost not act? Ow! Everyone acted out their performance. Yes, non-violence, biggest ups, my friends. Now for my act, I shall hire people to shoot at you. Yay! I'm okay with this. Ah. Oh, what's a better Altai, rightsy?
Hey, we're gonna get our asses kicked by just dancing around.
There must be something we can do.
Oh, a dance battle? Deal me in.
Lancer, hey. Lancer, help us. We'll use his rules card and...
I see. Don't worry, I'm on the case.
The Lancer card. Now I can use Lancer. Just don't bother Lesser Daddy when he's humming your friends. God, this is like one of my favorite encounters in the game. Boom! So good. Highly effective. But it's not my recruits. From now on, thy salary shall be most resplendent. Ow. Stop. You're harming my beautiful head. Boom, reflexes go crazy. Enemies joined you. Oh, it's fine. Not only do I have more guys where that came from, but I also have more cards. Meow, 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 meow. Susie, I'm sorry. I've become a big cuddly ball. I don't think this is what I asked us for. Like, it's Yanni. You don't even have guns? Okay. I see. You're a little bit fired, by the way. Next! Don't worry, guys. I'll get a refund on that one. May have gotten rid of my goons. But can now just feast us the power of love here. Honeys, oh my honeys. No! Oh, I forgot what I was supposed to do. I was just supposed to wait for Lancers to come around. Go left. Go left. Go right! Okay guys, pause this. Pause this for a second. So, I have a laser pointer. If you would just follow that. Am I ready? Okay, go. This is the best ever. I love it so much. Just follow. Follow. Over here. That's so realistic too. Over here. A little over there. Okay, good. What? It's working. I'm so proud to be dating both the sun and the moon. What, you're not the moon, you're a cloud. What? That is a good point. Follow. Hey, stop. Oh, so good. Look, Nadine and Alina. Separate us? No, I think freaking not. I think thou missest thine vital fact. Thereupon the three of us art in a team relationshipy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, what is up with that? Just like with you guys. What are you talking about? Like us? Wait, you guys aren't a thingy? No. No, honey. I'm processing this. See. Don't call me honey anymore. Anino. I'm sorry, Elnina. I'm going to the other side. I'm going too. I thought you were the one who liked rolls, so I'm sorry, my sunshine. I'm sorry. The weather should always stick together. Oh, just as planned, the two lovers are reunited. I shall now taketh my leave. Hey, listen, Dad. This guy's with big guns want to know when they're gonna get paid. Yay! Oh, my sweet cloud, after you. Oh, my sunny moon. You go first. I really didn't like that guy that much. He was hot, but he was really weird. He moved the laser pointer too fast. Now I'm the only third person for us. Is each other. Yes, thank you for recruiting us. We are in your debt. We're on your side now, whether you like it or not. Damn. Look, I said it's what I came here for. Bye. That's so good. Are they really like you can't not recruit them? Even if you're doing like a full playthrough like that? It's so strange. I never got Starwalker in the first chapter. I'm sorry. Look, it'll be fine. I'm cutting edge. I'm new. I'm TV. I know I missed him in the first chapter. Because we're doing the Snowgrave route, there was nothing in the first chapter. Like, I was thinking about doing the first chapter over again, but there was really nothing new that would really happen. So we decided to just go to chapter 2 right away. And I never really got that done. I'm sorry. Ray colors, cathode ray tubes, make you laugh, make you cry. Entertainment that never gets old. Hey, stop! Don't go! This is all that little spammy mailman's fault. He told me I was going to teach me how to use technology. How to plug in and make it big. And where is he? I can only get my hands on... Wait! Where are you going? Stop! Help me! Help! Does anyone know what an email is? The poor guy. Boy's getting tired. Alina, El Nino, you two. Come on, old friends, you can't leave. Sorry, buddy. Fine, you wanna go? Go. Let's see how far the Lightners get without the Weather Channel. How can they know the weather without TV? What? Apps? What are those? Everything's changed so fast. Mike, you're leaving too? Mike, no. Anyone but you, anyone. You do really feel bad for the guy, don't you? Sorry, spammy boy. I'll come back here. No little lake here. Do that later? Wouldn't I have been the one that turned the stone? Be stuck if you this. Guess you should hurry up and steal the fountain. this the last of it? Yeah. Good show, good show. Tana's been up to this and that. All sorts of boring stuff. Real drama happens backstage. I got it ready for you. One last game. Just as long as I can. But yeah, I can't really move. If you could just shove me out of the way. Yeah, that's right, just like that. Enjoy the games, eh, love? So, I'm getting the idea that I don't finish this chapter tonight because I'm tired, but I'll set it up so that we finish the chapter 3 next time and then go right into chapter 4 where all of the new stuff happens early in the game, not late in the game. I think that's a good idea. Because I don't think they were here last time I finished this chapter. So let's get it all set up, and then we'll fight Eram and Tenna and the Black Knight next time. I think that'd be fun, right? Big Moth in the big city. No, we got it. I notice that Chris looks away every time we, not happy about it. That's for sure. No. Down the map. Freaking ankle biters. Oh, right. They just kind of explode. Oh? So spooky in here. Never strong enough. Come Ooh. Hmm. And then we play as this dark thing. That's so weird. I was just playing as the dark. Also, looks like a creep. And Chris was the one who attacked it for me. A little strange, isn't it? No stabby. Or no hurting me, because I'm the best. I said so. Man, I love Deltarune. I really do. I'm not like a crazy fangirl or anything. Yeah, I know the Undertale Deltarune fandom can be kind of crazy. I promise I don't do that. But it's like the story writing is so unique and the characters are so fun. How did things turn out like this? Tutorial all locked up. Only he had an abandoned child partner. I was gonna put him on TV. Him a star. I gave him everything. Everything I had. My life advice. All he had to do. Tell me what his little secret was. His secret. A big shot. A little sweet talk. Just when I had finally gotten him to sign the deal. Suddenly I had to take a phone call. When he picked it up, face turned pale, and he ran right out of the room, receiver hanging. So I went to pick it up, thinking it was finally my chance to be a big shot. But there was nobody there. Freak ripped me off. Wish they never brought that laptop home. Chris! Chris, I didn't see you there. Did what you said, Chris. Ha! Just like our deal. You aren't gonna turn me off again, are you? Man, that's really upsetting. Thinking about it more. Guess Hannah had some kind of deal with Chris. Turned him off. This is so many questions. Chris really doesn't want me going in there. Shelter key. Chris is trying with all his might to go in there. Hi. Chris! Oh, Chris. Is it fun, Chris? Playing around like this? That's why you're searching for them, aren't you? The shadow crystal. Shadow mantle that I'm holding. Honestly think it'll get you what you want. No. Part of you is just enjoying this, isn't it? Same part of you that enjoyed yesterday. No way you could say it wasn't really you. Oh, don't make that sour face. I could see in the dark, you know. Question is, can you? Alright. I'll do whatever I can. No! Shit. Ow. Yeah, I'll see if I can do the ear end fight, because that'll be annoying for next time as well. Ow. 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 Oh, I'm already gonna die. Fuck! Ugh. I think I was only ever able to do this fight once. It's really tricky. I can do it though. You guys believe in me? I also have to believe in me. Ow. Not a fan of the fire one. Ow. Ah! Oh, I almost fucking threw it. Whew. Hi, Darius. There, that's what I wanted to see. Flickering red, like pretty little flames. Your eyes can't hide it, Chris. Without play, the knife grows dull. Well, enough of that. We both have work to do. So if you want this mantle, hurry up and take it. If you can reach it. And it's just like so many questions. Here's where things get real interesting. Chris is terrified. How are you, Darius? Alright, I never saw this scene when I played it. I've seen it now from clips and stuff, but I never experienced it. Hey, Chris. What the hell are you doing? You're gonna try hard all by yourself? Are you enjoying this? Of course, games are fun. If you get all sweaty playing games alone, you're gonna end up like Birdley, right? Hey, just a joke, chill. Anyway, here, I'll fill you a drink.
Stop making us wait already.
Oh. Weird. I mean, what was supposed to happen is the little character came back and tried to stab at Susie and me, but I guess I should have tried, like, attacking. I don't know. I don't think it's too important. Ugh. You know what I mean?
Oh, it took you long enough.
Susie, look! I made it to level 2!
Level 2, huh? Yes, you're the tryhard. What do you think?
Chris! I'm sorry, Chris. I forgot all about you. I got so into playing games with Susie,
You should have seen it, Chris. It was actually raging at the falling arrow part.
I suppose I was not very chuffed by that dart. But I had fun. Sorry, did you want to play, Chris?
Dude, we need to seal the fountain.
Oh, right. How did I forget about that?
Oh.
Like a sense of emptiness. Is there anything else I needed to do? Where's that, like, Easter egg secret? Of Susie, the Shadow Mantle. There's some good stuff in here. A smelly weapon. Yep. Saber. Sharp. Full of single nutrient. And cactus needle. Fortunately, you can do more than axe. Nah, this will be better. Well, I want to see if I can get the egg set up. But I did it off stream in my Gotcha balls! Gotcha balls! I got you by the balls! There's something with that box that I had to do. Cooking show tutorial is an adorable idea. Up here? Stone. Weird. Okay. Maybe not. What have you been up to, Darius? I really appreciate you coming by my chat all the time. I know we don't really like hang out or chat a whole lot, but it does really mean a lot to me. Okay. Well, now that I got the shadow mantle, guess that should be it for today's stream. So the idea here, I want to get the cutie pies back for rest of this chapter, and then they'll be here at the beginning of next chapter where most of the stuff happens. So I'm probably gonna call it here. I hope y'all enjoyed. I do like voice acting in this a lot. It's a lot of fun. One of the more fun games that I've gotten a chance to voice for sure. I'm streaming. The next time I'm streaming is Sunday, or I guess Mega Bonk. But I'm also tempted to stream tomorrow to try out some next an event going on right now. Next Fest. Maybe I was thinking about maybe trying some Next Fest demos tomorrow. If I have the energy for it. I guess I don't really have to do it during a couple of days that it's up. Because it's until the 20th. I guess on Monday. But demos are demos. I don't think it. Free playable demos. Really weird. Shouldn't they just be kind of available all the time? Play demos. Talking about. But yeah, I'll play any of those. Maybe I could do it on Megabonk tape. No. But thank you so much for hanging out today, and I do hope that you enjoyed. If you haven't already, here's my Discord, my merch page, and my socials page. Call it here. A little lonesome. Find somebody to trade. See. My mic hasn't been bad, has it? I've been worried that my mic has been like cutting me out, or I'm too quiet or something. 1 year affiliate anniversary for Yorialo. Ooh. Maybe we could do that. Oh, that's great. She's playing Legend of Zelda right now. For the OG one. Which is basically what we were just playing. Mic has been fine. Okay, I'm just checking. Thank you, everybody. You guys go have fun with Yorialo. They're doing their affiliate anniversary. Exclamation point rail instead of raid. Perfect. Alright, thank you all so much. And stay bright, Nightlights. I really appreciate it, everybody. The shop will be closing here shortly. Thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful, wonderful night. Bye-bye!